Chapter 833. What stupid thing have I done? Sansa questioned. The past cannot be chased. The future is still uncertain. There is no point in talking about it. Bran sighed. What about now? Sansa was very unhappy. She insisted that her brother give her an explanation. The most important thing now is that you and your daughter can live through the night safely. But look at yourself. What have you been doing recently? Mother and daughter. She is a girl. Sansa stroked her belly. The anger on her face turned into a motherly gentleness. Then she raised her voice and roared at the crow. What am I doing now? If you had helped me a little, I would be lying in my husband's arms right now and singing a lullaby for my unborn daughter. If Aegon was still alive, I would not have to worry about anything right now. I could be a mother and wife in peace. Do you think I am not tired of scheming and plotting? But I am a widow. My daughter lost her father before she was even born. Who is the reason for all of this? Tell me, Bran. Who is the reason for all of this? Are you saying that you have made a choice and that I will bear all the responsibility? Bran said coldly. This is why I did not want to see you. I knew that you would think and say this. Yes, you are the three-eyed crow. You know everything you want to know. Sansa's pretty face twisted slightly. Since you know everything, why don't you help me once? Just once is enough. It is meaningless, Bran said sadly. It is meaningless to you, but it can change my life. Sansa roared angrily. Sansa, if I told you that I was protecting you and paid a great price to help you avoid the most tragic fate, would you believe me? Bran sighed. Can I be worse off than now? Sansa obviously did not believe him. She thought that her brother was lying. She was so angry that her face turned pale and her lips trembled. The crow's red eyes swept across Jon, Arya, and Theon's faces. Then it asked, if I helped Sansa once, do you think she would ask me to help her a second time or a third time? If I don't respond to her after helping her once, will she hate me even more than she does now? Jon lowered his head and rubbed his nose, silently agreeing with Bran's statement. Theon smiled awkwardly. Arya nodded without hesitation. She definitely will. Sansa pulled out a pillow from behind her and threw it at Arya. Bang! Ouch! Arya even had the time to roll her eyes. With a light punch, she sent the pillow flying back to her sister's head. I'm only asking you to help me once. Let Aegon live. Is this too much? Sansa asked loudly. If I want Aegon to live, I have to help you countless times. In the end, Jon, Arya, Rickon, and even me would be dragged into the abyss. At that time, not only will you lose your husband, but you will also lose your brothers and sisters, and even your daughter, Bran said indifferently. You're lying. Sansa shook her head hard. I don't believe that Aegon is destined to die. Dany Rise is not hostile to him. As long as she doesn't do anything, as long as you're willing to help, the Westeros will not be able to harm him. Your thinking is the main reason why he won't live. Bran sighed. No one is destined to die. But after meeting you, Aegon will die sooner or later. I'm helping him with everything I have. Why would I harm him? Sansa's eyes widened. If you didn't help him so much, he might still be alive. Sighing inwardly, Bran said bitterly, I've seen Aegon's various endings in the River of Fate. In order to save you and your child, he died under Melisandre's magic. In order to get food for Highgarden, he died under Uluin's evil scheme. In order to help you and our Stark take revenge, he was ambushed under Riverrun. Because you wanted to kill Cersei, Aegon had a trial by combat with the Kingslayer. He died under the Kingslayer's left sword. You thought that wearing the Val steel armor would guarantee victory, and wanted to kill the Ghoul King before Stannis did. In the end, Aegon became a member of the Ghoul army. There are many more. Compared to those endings, losing at Winterfell was the best ending. He would be spared a lot of suffering. You wouldn't have to worry about losing your child. Jon was stunned. Arya's mouth was agape. Theon was in a daze. Sansa, I don't believe it. I don't believe I'm that stupid. She was stunned for a moment and immediately shook her head in denial. The Sansa that Bran mentioned was not even as smart as Cersei. It was too fake. He must be spouting nonsense in order to shirk responsibility. Bran seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said, Sansa, you've been with Cersei for a long time. You should know her fatal flaw: she can't recognize herself. To put it bluntly, Cersei always thinks she's the smartest. I'm not Cersei. I know my limits. Sansa said angrily. You know your limits. You're even good at learning from experience. This is a good point. But you're used to making stupid mistakes before realizing your mistakes. Then, you learn from your previous mistakes. I can tell you clearly that if I don't help you, it will be the greatest help I can give you. Your current fate is the best of countless possibilities, Bran said in a low voice. If you don't do anything, doesn't that mean your powerful abilities are useless to me? I don't believe that the omniscient three-eyed crow can't help me. Sansa's face was full of doubt. You don't understand. Three-eyed crows are Westeros, not Stark. Bran sighed. For example, the previous three-eyed crow blind in Riverdale. He was the noble illegitimate son of the Targaryens, but he witnessed the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty, and even the extinction of his race. You're questioning me now just like how Dany and Rhys questioned him back then. If I can help Stark change his fate in the Seven Kingdoms War, Blynden can do the same. Blynden's previous three-eyed crows and the one before him. If all three-eyed crows plan for their families and the Westeros will not benefit in the end. For example, if all three-eyed crows have free will, Blynden can see the future from the past. I can help you and I can wipe out your birth. The big crow's cold red eyes made Sansa tremble. Everything I see now might have been seen by the previous three-eyed crows decades, centuries, or even millennia ago. If they're not satisfied, they will solve the problem at the source and get rid of you. I don't believe you. You're lying to me. You helped Jon and Arya, Sansa shouted. You're different. Your greed is insatiable, and they're just trying to save their lives. Sansa, trust me. For you who wants to fight for the Iron Throne, not getting involved with me is the best choice, Bran said sincerely. Sansa, you want to fight for the Iron Throne? Jon shouted in surprise after realizing what had happened. When Sansa saw her brothers and sisters' unfamiliar gazes, she explained awkwardly, I don't have to. It's just like when I'm walking by a river and suddenly see a big fat sheep floating down from upstream. Isn't it normal to spend some effort to fish it up? If I really can't get it, I won't go into the river and wet my shoes. You're so small, Dany said in surprise. The next morning, in the forest 50 kilometers south of Longnight Castle, she saw Bran wrapped in fur. He was really small. He was a little over 1.4 meters tall and weighed no more than 60 pounds. He was small and skinny like a stunted child. Alright, he was a child to begin with. His actual age was only 12 years old. Because he broke his spine and lacked exercise for many years, his muscles had atrophied. Also because life beyond the Great Wall was tough, his nutrition couldn't keep up. If I cure his disability, I'm afraid his nutrition won't be able to keep up. Dany glanced at Maralide, who was smiling bashfully. She thought unkindly. However, when she looked at the two of them carefully, they were both small and skinny. They did look like husband and wife. Like Sansa, Mara had a big belly. With the help of the Child of the Forest, she followed Bran out of the cave. They leaned against an iron tree and welcomed the Dragon Queen who had come from afar. It really looks like a pine tree. The two centaur maids, Jichi and Eerie, stared at the Child of the Forest and clicked their tongues in wonder. Can my spine be cured? Bran was small, but his eyes were deep and weathered. He looked like a wise man who had lived for hundreds of years. Leaf glanced at the centaur maids and frowned. Let's talk inside the cave. This squirrel man was still wearing clothes made of dried vines. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Even if you're poor, you should at least have fur and linen clothes, right? Savages have clothes too, Jichi said curiously. We're people who sing praises to the earth. We're the spirits of nature, Leaf said with a straight face. It's already a long night. Aren't you cold? Dany asked. You don't have thick winter clothing under your armor, do you? Leaf asked in return. The cave was much simpler than the shelter beyond the Great Wall. It wasn't furnished with simple decorations or furniture. The Child of the Forest didn't have much furniture either. The shelter was very spacious. There were many stone rooms with different functions in the tunnel. There was a sheep pen, a pasture, a mushroom garden, a fishing ground. This was an ordinary cave that used to belong to Black Bear. There was a gap in the cave that connected to the underground tunnel. It was cold and damp. How have you been living these days? Danny asked curiously. There's an underground river where we can fish. There's a forest nearby where we can cut wood for fire. There was only peace and contentment in Leaf's large golden cat eyes. How is it? By the fire, Bran had already taken off his shirt and was lying on a thick fur blanket. The skin on his back was as pale as paper. Because he was too thin, the contorted bones were clearly visible. Above his pelvis, there was a lump of grayish-blue sarcoma the size of a melon. It was a mixture of broken bones, tendons, nerves, and blood vessels. Ah, so disgusting. Eerie covered her mouth and whispered, "Do you want some poppy milk?" Danny signaled the two maids to prepare the surgical tools. Ji-Chi opened her backpack and skillfully took out bottles and jars. She prepared to concoct an anesthetic unique to the world of ice and fire for Bran. "No need. I'll transfer all my consciousness into the crow's body," Bran said. Under the gaze of Bran and a dozen children of the forest, Dragon Queen first used high-concentration alcohol to clean the corpse's back. Then she separated wisps of red flames from the dragon fireball above her head and burned the surrounding air. The scalpel danced in her hand. The deformed broken bones were removed, the sarcoma was cut, the nerves and blood vessels were adjusted, and the white light of Saint Healing swept across like a laser beam. This is amazing. Saint Healing combined with pharmaceutics and anatomy can be so powerful. 2 hours later, Bran muttered in shock as he looked at the smooth skin. "Go in and try," Danny said. "Ah, it hurts, it feels so good. I can finally feel the pain in my lower body." Bran howled and laughed as his soul entered the body. Chapter 834. After the Battle of Winterfell ended, the reinforcements of Winterfell left. Danny followed closely behind Erlu and brought her maids to the Great Wall to treat Bran's spine. Then they set off for Slaver's Bay. Little Green and Little White would stay on Dragonstone Island, while the Winged Dragon Legion was responsible for sending the Southerners back to Winterfell. The next morning, Danny returned to the palace of the Great Pyramid of Meereen. It was morning, but the sky in Meereen was like a winter evening at 5 o'clock. It was not pitch black, but it was dark and gloomy. Without a lamp, the house would be pitch black. Only by carrying a lantern could one walk on the streets. What was more frightening than the darkness was the cold and the heavy snow. I've lived for almost 40 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a cold day and such heavy snow. Earl Shackle shivered in his thick fur coat. There was no fireplace in the hall at the top of the pyramid. When it was designed, the pyramid did not consider winter facilities. "Earl, you should go to the Westeros and visit Winterfell. It's so cold that you can't even light a fire," Jysai said. "This is the long night. The world is eroded by cold and darkness." Danny turned to Blackie. "Is there any guarantee of heating in Meereen? Previously there were hundreds of thousands of convicts, and now there are 60 to 70,000 captives. The long night is coming and they can't farm. I've arranged for them to cut wood and burn charcoal in the northern forest," Missandei said. "What about the civilians? They won't have a share of the charcoal," Danny asked again. As soon as she finished speaking, she laughed involuntarily. "The long night is coming, and I haven't appeared in front of the civilians. They're probably out of their wits and panicking. Compared to firewood and food, it's more important to stabilize the people. Missandei, make the arrangements. Tomorrow, I'll go to the manor outside the city for a field trip with the theme of Meereen under the long night. 3 days later, I'll give a speech in the People's Square about Slaver's Bay, and the people spending the long night as one." "You're right. Even I'm at a loss for the future." Red-haired Lila, who was sitting opposite Earl Shackle, smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, what's the result of the battle at Winterfell? Could it have been lost?" Ymont asked worriedly. If the goal of the Battle of Winterfell was to kill the variant Ghost King, the Dragon Queen and the 2 maidservants would not be the only ones returning. It's not really a failure. Danny took some time to recount her experience in the north. It was mainly about deviant ghosts. By the 7 gods, Winterfell is sealed under an ice mountain, 2,000 meters high. Hearing the effects of the forbidden spell, White Frost, everyone around the conference table turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. "If the Frost God comes to Meereen, how are we going to stop him?" the Earl of the Shackle asked in a trembling voice. Danny had a strange expression on her face. The Westeros are the front line against the deviant ghosts. As long as the people of the 7 countries are still fighting, the deviant ghosts and the God of Frost will not cross the narrow sea and come all the way to Slave Bay. The Count let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. That's good, that's good. I've heard that there are many nights in the land of the setting sun. With them in front of us, we can rest easy and wait for the Savior. Your Majesty, are you the Savior? He widened his eyes and asked curiously. I will save the world, but I'm not the Savior. Isn't saving the world the Savior? Klein asked blankly. Old Yemont said slowly. The Savior that everyone knows now comes from the prophecy of Asha 6,000 years ago. The Queen is not the Savior that Lalo chose. Your Majesty, since the battle at Winterfell is over, there's still half a year to adjust. Why don't we deal with Jenny and the dragon worms? Red Hair Lila suggested. It's snowing heavily these few days. Do the dragon worms dare to come out? Dany asked. Lila shook her head and said, the sun disappeared completely 3 days ago, and it started snowing in Meereen. I'm not sure if it's because the weather suddenly turned cold, or if Jenny is adjusting her guerrilla warfare plan. She failed in the previous few attacks, so she might have noticed the existence of spies. In this era, normal people did not have the ability to store food for a long time, 3 years or more. Therefore, in the villages that were far from the city, they would usually build public granaries that were managed by the government. Because of this, Jenny planned to use the dragon worms to destroy the granaries. However, the previous few attacks were not effective. The burned villages were not only empty, the food was moved, and there were also pterosaur knights ambushing them. The Dragon Queen had more than 50 pterosaurs, and only 40 were sent to the Westeros. The rest were in Meereen, preparing to deal with Jenny's dragon worms. In the half a month before the sun completely disappeared due to the confrontation between Lawler and the God of Frost, Jenny had attacked 3 villages. 4 dragon worms had died, and 7 or 8 cylindrical warehouses had been destroyed, but not a single grain of rice had been burned. Even the centaurs who acted as couriers outside the villages guessed that there was a spy by Jenny's side. Indeed, Prince Leo arranged for one of his subordinates to fake his death and leave the dragon worm cave, revealing Jenny's plan to Meereen. Ah, you are the Dragon Queen. The young spy had just entered the palace with the unsullied guards when he pointed at the Dragon Queen on the throne and exclaimed, This is Her Majesty the Queen, do not be rude. The red-haired Lila scolded loudly. I thought. The young man wanted to say something, but when he met the Dragon Queen's puzzled eyes, he immediately knelt on the ground and said, Forgive me, Queen, forgive me, Lord Amber, I mistook you for someone else. The Queen looks like a kind person I met before. The young man had blonde hair and blue eyes, with obvious characteristics of the Loyner tribe. He was 24 or 25 years old, barely over 1.6 meters tall, thin as a bamboo pole, but with an exaggeratedly long freckled horse face. Dany stared at him and frowned for a while before she suddenly remembered the identity of the person who knelt. You didn't mistake me for someone else, but you used a fake name, so I didn't recognize you immediately. Dany smiled. Ah, you're really Miss Lila, you've become the Queen? Oh no, you were a spy in Volantis. The long-faced young man suddenly looked up and was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Aren't you called Cadillac? Why did you change your name to Dick? Dany asked curiously. This young man was the elephant coachman that Dany and old Bart met when they were touring Volantis. At that time, Cadillac had a wheel tattoo on his right cheek that represented the coachman's identity as a slave. Now that the tattoo had been cut off, leaving a scar, and even his name had been changed, causing Dany to not think of him as a former coachman. Dick is the new name that Prince Leo gave me. He said that Cadillac is a mark that the slave owner left on me, and should have been removed along with the tattoo, the long-faced young man said. Dany's mouth twitched a few times. That guy seems to be able to get along well with anyone. A few words and a new name and you were fooled. Cadillac did not know what was going on, and could only confess blankly. Prince Leo said that the alliance had already lost, and we couldn't be buried with Priestess Jenny, so surrendering was the best choice. He even took me in as a servant, and promised to bring me back to Ko Chang Island after we're free. He gave me a piece of land, a noble's daughter as my wife, and 20 elephants. I said that I had a wife, so he gave me a name and surname, Dick Tywin. Danny could not help but laugh, and so could old Yemont. The two of them laughed until Dick Tywin, who was below, was at a loss for what to do. After laughing for a while, Danny asked curiously, "Did you know that I purposely hid the gold coins in the copper coins that day?" P.S. Dick Tywin's face turned green and red, and his eyes flickered. Danny was deep in thought, and the smile on her face disappeared. "You thought that I made a mistake, and you were afraid that I would ask for the money back, so you didn't come looking for me?" When they met in Volantis that day, this elephant coachman showed amazing skills in driving elephants, and he was also very smart. He was respectful to the Dragon Queen, who used the alias Priestess Layla. More importantly, he admired the Dragon Queen, who freed the slaves. Therefore, Danny decided to give him a chance. When paying for the carriage, she purposely mixed 5 gold coins in the handful of copper coins. She waited for Cadillac for a few days, waiting for him to come to the merchant's house hotel to find her. No matter the reason, whether it was because he did not pocket the money he found, or because he was smart enough to guess her intentions, as long as he went, she would take him away. There were elephants in Slave Bay, and she could always arrange a suitable place for him. But she did not see him. Dick Tywin's face turned pale. He prostrated himself on the ground and begged, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. When I found the gold radiance coin in the copper coins, I immediately had 2 guesses. The biggest possibility was that you purposely rewarded me with the gold radiance coin for some purpose. The other possibility was that you didn't care about money and put the gold radiance coin in the wrong pocket. I know I should go back and find you, but..." Dick Tywin pressed his face against the carpet and choked out, "5 gold coins can change my fate. I don't want to be a slave. I want freedom. Only by becoming a free citizen can I marry Dana. I'm afraid. Even if the possibility is very small, if you ask me for the 5 gold coins, I Get up." Danny raised her right hand and said gently, "The gold coins are a gift from me. You didn't steal them or rob them. What crime are you guilty of?" She was really not angry. She was the one who gave the gold coins to Cadillac. Cadillac's choice was up to him, and his choice would determine his fate. Danny did not want to get anything from him. She was just giving him a gift. His actions determined how much she gave him. Clearly, Cadillac's choice was not the best. He only received 5 gold coins from her. Well, although he missed the chance to become Dragon Queen's follower, he was now in contact with the dwarf. He even received the promise of Ko-Chang Island and 20 elephants. His luck was not bad. "How did you come to Slave Bay?" When Dick Tywin got up, Danny asked again. "I secretly gave the 5 gold coins you left me to Dana. The elephant cart was owned by her uncle, and he sold me easily. Then she gave me freedom and married me. Our marriage was not blessed by her family, but we could make a living. I can ride an elephant, and Dana made meat pies with her mother at Kelly's meat pie shop since she was young. So, we used the rest of the money to buy an elephant and a barbecue cart that was converted from an elephant cart. We sold meat pies on the streets of Volantis. Those were the happiest days of my life." At the end, the young man's long face was filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Uncle Kelly's meat pie. Danny chewed on these 2 words. They seemed to trigger a memory in her. Chapter 835. Since you're living happily by opening a small food stall in Volantis, why did you join the Alliance Army and become the elephant soldiers for the expedition against Slave Bay? Danny asked in confusion. She clearly remembered that when Cadillac was still a slave coachman, he yearned for Misha who freed the slaves. It was also because of his admiration that he gained the favor of the Dragon Queen, who decided to give him a chance to change his fate. Could it be that his thoughts changed when his identity changed? Dick Tywin said helplessly, "I just got married. Of course I don't want to fight, much less work for a slave owner." However, Dana's mother was stripped of her status as a free person because she blackmailed a high-ranking Alliance Army officer. As a chef with a slave status, she had to follow the army to Slave Bay. Dana was worried about her mother and cried every day. "I went to find the Alliance Army officer to ask about Kelly, and happened to meet the Long-Nosed King who was recruiting elephant soldiers. The story of how I became a free person from a slave made me famous in Volantis. My elephant controlling skills were gradually known and recognized by everyone. The long-nosed king heard about it and personally tested my ability. He immediately recruited me to be his guard and promised to give Kelly a good job. If I perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, I can even use my contributions to redeem her. Danny frowned and thought for a while before asking, "Did that Kelly open a meat pie shop in the west of Volantis?" "It's on the side of Valeglia Avenue, and it mainly sells carrot and lamb pies. She also has a cousin who was the owner of your previous coachman shop." The horse-faced young man widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Your Majesty, you know Kelly? That fat auntie even took 5 gold radiance from her. What did she do to be punished as a slave?" Danny asked curiously. The Alliance Army usually uses Valeglia Avenue when they go to Slave Bay, and Kelly's lamb pie shop is on the side of the road. Mercenaries and officers from all over the world often patronize her business. For some reason, Kelly, who was always smart and experienced, became especially greedy. She asked for sky-high prices when she found out that they were foreign customers. 2 tamed horses, 2 pieces of meat pie, 4 bottles of Qingting Island wine, and a pack of snacks. She dared to ask for 7 gold radiance. The wine was fake. The other party is a famous gossip group. She was directly captured and sent to the military camp's enforcers. According to the law, she was demoted to a slave. Danny laughed unkindly. After laughing for a while under the puzzled gazes of the others, she got down to business. "Can you find Prince Leo in the insect tunnel? Or does Prince Leo have any arrangement for you to find him?" "Your Majesty, I'm good at controlling elephants and know them very well. I can find the location of the elephant herd through their feces, footprints, and smell." The elephant herd was where Prince Leo was. After King Longnose died, he became the commander of the elephant troops. When he said the last sentence, Dick Tywin had a strange expression on his face. "This method is really good," Danny praised and asked, "How long will it take to find the elephant herd?" "It mainly depends on how far I am from the elephant herd. If it's 20 kilometers away, it'll take 2 to 3 days to walk there, not including the time spent searching," the long-faced young man said helplessly. "The village in the south of the city was attacked by the dragon worm. You should have found the dragon worm cave, right?" Danny looked at Lara. "I've also arranged for people to bury water tanks nearby to monitor the underground movements." Mirine's mayor nodded and answered. Danny suddenly stood up and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. "Let's go immediately and solve the last hidden danger in Slaver's Bay." "Your Majesty, there are too many uncertainties in the insect tunnel. If you're ambushed, no matter how strong you are, in a narrow space you won't be a match for the dragon worm," Old Yamant quickly advised. "That's not wrong. I definitely didn't dare to enter the insect tunnel before. But it's different now. I have a way to protect myself." Danny smiled. Seeing that she was confident, Old Yamant was relieved and advised again, "Even if you're confident, there's no need to be so anxious. Don't forget, you have to go outside the city tomorrow to inspect the living conditions of the ordinary people, and the day after tomorrow you have to give a speech in the square. It's not like I have to find Jenny once I enter the insect tunnel. Tomorrow I'll come back on the dragon. Or we can put the inspection place in the village near the insect tunnel." Danny was swift and decisive. She put a special saddle on the little silver horse and let Blackie carry it, and flew to the Cuckoo village 70 kilometers away. Lara Amber and the other 15 winged dragon knights each brought 3 iron-armored knights. Including Danny and Dick Tywin, there were 62 people in total. Calixi, I didn't expect you to come personally." As soon as the Megalosaurus landed on the manor's threshing ground, an old centaur with a white ponytail came to greet her. The old man was short and thin. His reddish-brown face was like a shriveled orange that had lost its moisture, and his mouth that was missing front teeth cracked into an ugly smile to please. Other than the old Dothraki vest that had been replaced with a new and neat sheepskin coat, it was as if he was reborn yesterday. Danny could not help but be in a daze. The scenes that happened in the Red Wasteland a few years ago flashed through her mind quickly. "Avanti," she thought for a moment and suddenly realized, "I remember now, Cuckoo Village is your fief. Even the Count of Shattered Shackles had a fief, so the Dragon Queen would definitely not mistreat the old officials that followed her all the way out of the wasteland." The 3 cities of Slavers Bay were all fiefs under the Queen's direct jurisdiction. The south of Heilongjiang, especially Mirin and Astapor, completely implemented the county system. From Mirin to the northwest, all the way to the edge of the northern plains, to the Mat Aris border in the west, the great nobles under her command, the Dragon Queen allowed them to freely choose between the county system and the fief system. Even the Ming dynasty's guard office had hereditary official positions and land. The Dragon Queen had her own direct knights, and they all needed a piece of land to support themselves and pass on their family. In the Heilongjiang region, she had divided many small knight territories, and one of them was Avantis. Centaurs, slaves, and foreign knights were the 3 main forces under the Dragon Queen's command. Maintaining a balance between the 3 would be more beneficial to her rule. Oh no, there was the rule of Lisimba's descendants. The great ancestor did not need to play politics. It was all for the sake of his descendants. Yes, my fief is in this area. Sigh, those damned Valeglia people. The sun is already gone. What's the point of tormenting them? Oh right, Calixi, do you know when the sun will rise? I don't have many years left to live. I just hope to see the summer sun one last time before I die. The old centaur sighed. Your ambition is not small. To actually want to live until the next summer, how many years would that take? Anyway, she had no confidence that she could summon the sun within 10 years. You are old but strong, you can live for another 20 years, the long night will definitely end after 20 years. Danny casually comforted her younger brother. Arriving at the entrance of the manor, 3 centaur women in their 40s and 50s smiled and saluted the Dragon Queen. Calixi, we are so happy that you can come to our house. Beside them were 2 ponies about 2 or 3 years old, a boy and a girl. They looked nothing like Afundi's son and daughter, so they solemnly followed the centaur custom and called them Calixi. Afundi waved his hand and instructed his wife, go to the stable and choose 61 healthy horses. Calixi did not come to our house as a guest. If the dragon worm is not dealt with, this land will not be peaceful for a day. The feudal system of Slavers Bay was also different from that of Westeros. Every feudal lord had 1 or more positions to serve the king. For example, Afundi, as the feudal lord of this land, in addition to bringing his own rations, serving the army, paying taxes for the king and other traditional duties, he also needed to manage a pasture for the Dragon Queen. The pasture was in his fief, the production costs of grass, labor and other production costs were all provided by him. But when the nearby relay station needed war horses and trained horses, Afundi had to provide them free of charge. Another example was the Count of Broken Shackles. Even if he was a great noble, Slave Bay was very big, but very common in Westeros. He also had to help the Dragon Queen maintain and protect the road from Mirin to the Dothraki Sea, but he could not set up checkpoints on the road to collect toll. The road belonged to the kingdom. To put it bluntly, these nobles had the title of feudal lords in name, but they were actually more like county magistrates or magistrates. A large portion of the production in their fief had to be taken out to contribute to the kingdom. They served the country in a substantial way, not the king. To a certain extent, Slave Bay had completed the centralization of power of the strong and the weak. Not long after, Afundi's 3 wives and 20 centaur soldiers brought over a group of healthy horses with saddles and shoes. The Dragon Queen planned to ride on horseback to explore the Worm Road. Her mount was brought over by Blackie, and the other 61 war horses needed to be provided by the relay station. Slave Bay's relay station system began in Astapor. At that time, in order to ensure a substantial ruling power over the villages outside the city, one of the measures was to connect all the centaur relay stations in the villages. When Yuan Kai and Mirin fell into their hands, and when the Battle of Mirin was won, the older centaur warriors retired from the army and changed jobs to become the relay soldiers of Slave Bay. Other than delivering parcels and letters, conveying the queen's orders to the village, and helping the village chief deliver memorials to his superiors or even the queen, assisting the village militia in arresting bandits was also their job. Calixi, I'm very familiar with this place. Let me go with you. Afana patted his chest and volunteered. You're familiar with the surface, but if we go underground, there will definitely be a battle. You'd better stay at home and take care of the children. Danny waved her hand and led the 60 fully armed knights out of Afanti's house. The insect path was located at the center of the village. It was the ruins of a collapsed brick house. The house had collapsed because of the dragon worm's sudden attack. A path had been cleared by the village militia. The average width of the tunnel was about 3 meters, so it wasn't stuffy at all. A series of black shadows flew out from Danny's purple eyes and turned into 81 large crows. Go look for a passage with a higher concentration of fire elements and the highest temperature. At the same time, pay attention to the smell in the air. If you find feces or traces of human life, inform me immediately. Caw, 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 caw. 79 large crows cawed and disappeared into the dark cave in front of them without a sound. Boom! The remaining 2 turned into a ball of fire the size of a plate. One floated in the middle of the cavalry, while the other floated at the front. Let's go. Danny frowned and urged the stunned Dick Tywin. Caw. The long-faced youth looked at the Dragon Queen in awe and hurriedly spurred his horse forward. Your Majesty, you went to the Sosros continent again? You actually picked up so many little elves. Are there so many little elves there? Lara looked at the baby-faced little sun in the sky and exclaimed, there are a lot of them. Groups of them just like carrots in the field. I picked up 2,000 of them at once. I couldn't fit them all in my pocket, so I came back. Danny said with a wooden face. Chapter 836. 4 days ago, in a tunnel 50 meters under Marine City. The sun has completely extinguished. Jenny looked at the big-nosed Leo below her with a dejected expression. Wasn't it extinguished a long time ago? Tyrion focused all of his attention on Jenny's blushing face. It's like firewood in a bonfire. When the fire is extinguished, there will always be some embers in the ashes that will continue to burn for a while. It's completely dark? Tyrion was stunned for a moment before sighing. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I went to the surface. Tomorrow, we will leave Slaver's Bay and return to the land of Long Summer to rebuild Orlos. Jenny said as she stroked his chubby face. Tomorrow? Tyrion almost sat up in shock, causing Jenny to let out a moan of ecstasy. Don't worry, the long night won't affect the land of Long Summer. Perhaps the Smoke Coast will become even more pleasant, Jenny said with a dazed expression. Tyrion shivered as he touched a burning red worm that looked like a tentacle. He lay back down and asked anxiously, you're giving up on your plan to take revenge on Slaver's Bay? I didn't expect the sun to extinguish so quickly. Now that it's snowing in Slaver's Bay, the dragon worms will only be courting death if they go to the surface. In fact, the dragon worms have already become sickly due to the drop in temperature in the past few days. There's nothing we can do if we stay in Slaver's Bay, so we might as well return. Jenny said helplessly. Then what about the remaining elephant soldiers and elephants? Tyrion asked. I didn't succeed in my previous sneak attacks on the villages. What does that mean? Jenny said coldly. Didn't we already catch a spy? If you're still worried, then we can do another purge. Tyrion gritted his teeth. He was very passionate about catching spies. In the half a month since the Dragon Queen left Slaver's Bay, more than 10 officers that he thought couldn't be roped in had already become food for the dragon worms. If he continued with the purge, he would be able to keep all the elephant soldiers firmly in his hands. If he didn't have the Dragon Queen's help, he would be able to overturn Jenny and escape. There's no point in continuing the purge. As long as there's nothing wrong with their brains, they'll know that the Alliance's momentum is gone. Even idiots should know that continuing to follow me won't end well. Right now they only have fear and no respect for me. Their loyalty cannot be guaranteed. Before leaving, I will let the dragon worm eat them all. I guarantee that the traitor won't survive. Jenny said sinisterly. Eat them all. Tyrion became excited. Jenny frowned and wriggled a few times in dissatisfaction. When it came back to life again, she showed a satisfied expression. Tyrion felt like he was a piece of sugarcane that had been chewed over and over again. All the juice had been sucked dry, leaving only a few strands of dry wadding. Actually, we can reuse the waste. Just as his brain was about to be squeezed dry, he thought of a good idea. 4 days later, 3 hours after Dragon Queen entered the underground cave. I didn't expect you to come in person. Jenny was overjoyed. On the 4-meter-wide long ramp, the two groups of people stood 20 meters apart from each other. Dragon Queen was at the bottom of the slope. Just as she was about to go up, Jenny led a group of elephant soldiers and suddenly appeared on the slope. It wasn't that Dragon Queen didn't send the crows to scout the way. Instead, the dragon worm drilled a new hole in the wall of the slope, allowing the elephant soldiers behind the hole to catch them off guard. Dragon Queen sat on the little silver horse and didn't retreat. 60 armored knights immediately dismounted and formed a shield around her. Ha 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 ha. Originally, we only planned to capture the Count of Shattered Shackles. We didn't expect the Dragon Queen to come in person. Leo betrayed me. He's the spy. Coldness and numbness froze Jenny's thoughts. Ong the giant elephant raised its head and raised its front hooves. It landed heavily on the back of the struggling dragon bug monster Jenny. He looked like a 200-pound fatty wearing a pair of new leather shoes and stepping on a pile of fresh poop. Squeak! Juice splattered and broken bones flew everywhere. Get out of the way. We're on the same side. I'm a spy. After stepping on Jenny's poop, the elephant continued to run downhill. Prince Leo shouted at Dragon Queen and the others from the elephant's back. Blackie! Danny whispered softly. Buzz, just as the elephant was about to hit the shield wall. A red light appeared in front of the shield. In an instant, the red light extended into a red mirror. The rider on the giant elephant and Tyrion were shocked. The scenery in front of them changed instantly. The cramped underground tunnel turned into a vast snowfield. Whoosh whoosh, the wind blew the snow out of the mirror and landed on their faces. It was cold. It was not an illusion. The next moment, the giant elephant rushed into the mirror. Tyrion looked around blankly. The wheat field was covered in snow. On the low hill beside the wheat field stood a ferocious giant beast. Blackie, what's going on? Ong ong, the sound of the elephant herd came from behind. Turning around, they saw the dark and narrow tunnel. The elephant soldiers who were roped in by the dwarf did not hesitate. They rode the giant elephant on Jenny's poop and rushed down the slope. They entered the mirror world and came to the commander's side. Tyrion was in a daze. Not long after, the Dragon Queen and 60 knights killed all the diehards in the elephant soldiers and came to Jenny's side. Danny covered her nose and looked at the mud on the ground. She muttered, I prepared a trump card for you, but it seems like I won't need it now. Pop! Black mud, green organs, red flesh, white tendons, and golden hair were all mixed together. Suddenly, a chopstick-sized dragon worm crawled out. Then 2-3, a group of dragon worms crawled out. Chi, the knights around the Dragon Queen did not say anything. They waved their steel swords and cut the dragon worms into two. They struggled for a while before they disappeared completely. Boom, the flames burned. The dragon worms' corpses and the mud on the ground turned into ashes and a huge amount of spiritual quality and divinity. A satisfied smile appeared on Danny's face. Oh, the moment the dragon worms died, Tyrion held his head in the snowfield and wailed in pain as if he was having a difficult birth. Queen, save me, save me. He's coming out, save me. This was probably the most miserable wail Tyrion had ever cried in his life. The space door was already closed, but the dragon spirit connection with Blackie was not cancelled. Therefore, with Blackie's eyes and ears, Danny saw and heard the dwarf's wail. It was very tragic. However, she did not go back immediately. Jenny had prepared a huge trap for her. The 200 elephant soldiers were just an appetizer and cannon fodder. The real trump card was the dragon worms above, below, behind, and in the walls on both sides. Especially the dragon worm above her head. According to the original plan, it would cause the worm tunnel to collapse. Thousands of tons of earth and rocks would fall. Even if it did not crush Danny to death, it would bury her alive in the depths of the ground and eventually suffocate her to death. However, before the thousands of methods were used, the long-armed crossbow prince had completed the triple kill. Now that the dragon worms had lost their master and were at a loss, Danny naturally had to subdue them before they scattered and fled. Therefore, after more than half an hour, she dispersed Balerian's imprint in the dragon worm's mind and left her own consciousness behind. Only then did Danny leisurely ride the little silver horse and return to the ground along the path she came from. After wailing for more than an hour, Tyrion was exhausted. His voice was hoarse and he could only groan with his teeth chattering. He was currently in the snowy outskirts of the city. The elephant soldiers that he had subdued around him did not dare to move because of Blackie's cold gaze. "Save me, Queen, save me." Finally, Tyrion saw the Dragon Queen's iron boots approaching slowly from afar, and used the last of his strength to shout, "Are you stupid? Ginny's will wants to snatch your body. Don't you know how to activate the Holy Night Seal and use the Holy Mother's power to force her out?" Dany kicked away his right hand that was grabbing at her and said angrily, "Holy Mother." Tyrion muttered with a twisted face, "I'm so stupid, really? I only know that, wait." Just as Tyrion was muttering to activate the Holy Night Seal, a thought flashed through Dany's mind. She bent down and tapped on his forehead with a finger, breaking his connection with the 7 gods. Ow wow, his cries became more and more shrill and blood even seeped out from the corners of his eyes. "Save me, why do you want to kill me? I've worked for you and been your spy. Dragon Queen, you can't get rid of me after I've outlived my usefulness. Don't worry, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you and won't let you get hurt. On the contrary, you're lucky and will get a great opportunity," Dany said with a smile. Chapter 837. In Winterfell, Lalo used the red sword to trick Dany once. In the process of losing 20% of her soul, divinity, and divine power, she fully activated the red sword for the first time at the Great Wall. She only activated a portion of the runes in the red sword, and the runes in the sword were completely open to her. Dany was very curious why the red sword was stuck to her hand and she could not get rid of it. After studying the runes, Dany more or less figured out the reason behind it. The nature of fire had a strong greedy trait, as if it wanted to swallow everything that could burn. In the natural world, the appearance of this trait was very common. For example, a forest fire could not be extinguished even after a few months, causing a superpower to be laughed at by the people of the world. Lalo's fire polarity was in accordance with the greedy nature of fire. The original fire created the entire world. Could the world be used as fuel to burn everything, returning the world to the original fire? The reason why she could not get rid of the red sword was because Lalo used his fire mastery. The fire polarity of greed was hidden in the center of the red sword's runes, turning the red sword into a ball of fire that could burn everything, and Dany was a tree in the burning forest, unable to escape the fate of being burned, unless she destroyed the sword. Now, Dany used the technique she learned from Lalo on the sheep egg, and Tyrion was the human version of the Lightbringer. In the living room of Afanti's house, the dwarf was wailing in pain. His voice seemed to be accompanied by countless echoes, male and female, old and young, as if countless little people were standing on his throat in a chorus, chanting the world's most mournful song of pain. The dwarf was only wearing a pair of underpants. His body was covered with strange runes drawn with dragon blood. The runes lit up with dark red flames, burning his skin and even his soul. "This is Lalo's devouring formation. Why is it here? What do you want?" Every syllable came from a different person, causing Afanti and the others outside the house to tremble in fear. After the magic circle that Dany named Fire's Greed was activated, the Ginny that was about to mature instantly sprouted and grew. In just a few seconds, the will that belonged to the sheep egg expanded into a towering tree. To put it more bluntly, Dany had imitated Lalo's method and extracted the goat egg's divine soul, divine power, divinity, and even the song of fire into Tyrion's body. This was because Tyrion was the human Gundam that Ginny had prepared for the sheep egg. Deep in the dwarf's soul there was a faith spore. As long as the dwarf had faith in Balerion, the power of faith would nourish the spores and slowly assimilate the dwarf's soul into a part of the egg. In this way, when the dwarf died, he would join the Balerion family in the most complete way. Everything he had would belong to young Dan. The direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peak families and the wizards of Valeglia had also fused with the sheep egg's divine soul in this way. Dany's Fire's Greed did not have the ability to seize the sheep egg's divine soul. It was mainly used to nourish the faith spore that belonged to the sheep egg. If she did not do anything, the sheep egg's will would continue to grow and eventually destroy the dwarf's will. The sheep egg did not lose anything, but instead gained the dwarf's body. This was like Dany forcefully summoning the sheep egg. But the sheep egg knew that the Dragon Queen would not spend so much effort just to chat with him. He began to struggle, just like how Dany struggled to get rid of the red sword that day. He wanted to get away from Tyrion's body. The dwarf's body was like a clay bodhisattva in a temple that was exposed to the sun and wind. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body and red light seeped through the cracks. Tens of thousands of red light filled the room. Those who did not know would think that the dwarf was practicing some peerless technique. His body could not withstand the power of the sheep-egg's divine soul and began to collapse. To get rid of the red sword, the only way was to destroy the red sword. To leave the dwarf's body, the only way was to destroy it. If Dani wanted to maximize the benefits, she should have waited for the sheep-egg's divine soul to continue to grow and the dwarf's body was about to explode. Then she would have killed the dwarf, burned his body, and used the spiritual bestowment to turn the sheep-egg's divine soul in his mind into spiritual essence and divinity. But she was not that black-hearted. No matter what, the dwarf was helping her undercover. The fetus in his mind was a work injury. At least the dwarf had killed Jenny at the last moment. He had made a great contribution. Tyrion, wake up quickly and activate deity's descent. Dani pointed at the dwarf's forehead and helped him activate the mark of the Holy Knight. A large amount of warrior's divine power surged into it, and the Holy Mother's healing spell wandered all over his body, repairing his broken body. Almighty heavenly dragon, pineapple jackfruit. The dwarf subconsciously chanted an incantation. Kacha kacha crackle crackle. His body was like a blow-up doll under the pump of a single man who had just watched an adult film and swallowed 10 Viagra. The speed of his expansion was extremely fast. In a breath's time, he had become the Neza of 100,000 cold jokes. The Vajra song of power runes, carved into his organs, muscles, and spine were even more powerful than the soul. It was so powerful that Dani was shocked, because she could clearly feel that the dwarf's strength had exceeded the limits of a normal person. In other words, in the state of deity's descent, his strength was even stronger than Dani, who had absorbed the Song of Power's divinity. This dwarf is really the best experimental material. Dani's eyes lit up. If she could comprehend the Song of Power through studying the dwarf, forget about comprehending the Song of Power. As long as she could naturally condense the runes on her body, then her strength would increase by a large margin. Perhaps she could use physical attacks to break through King of Strange Ghost's ice armor and split its head open. The Holy Mother has appeared. Deity has descended. The dwarf raised his head and roared. His loud voice shook the roof tiles. Focus and calm your breath. Use your will to lock the strange soul in your mind. Dani used soul suppression to help him regain his rationality. No, Tyrion's chorus of 10,000 people gradually lowered. Finally, he spoke with his own voice. Ah, Your Majesty, my head is like a bladder that has been holding in for 10 days. It's so swollen. It's about to explode. Save me. The dwarf regained control of his body. Don't panic. Don't panic. You're experiencing the greatest opportunity of your life. Dani quickly comforted him. Your Majesty, please don't joke around. I'm experiencing the greatest pain of my life. Help me. The dwarf wailed. Stop talking. Focus and think carefully. Did you notice that there are many more memories in your mind? Right now, Balerian's soul is sealed in the center of your mind. He wanted to forcefully fuse with you, but the fusion process has been stopped. In theory, you're one person. At least there's no barrier between your memories, Dani said in a low voice. Reminded by her, the dwarf immediately began to remember. Ouch, bang. His one intact eye was instantly covered in a bloody net. Then it suddenly exploded. The splashing juice even landed a few meters away on Dragon Queen's white face. Ignoring her disgust, she hurriedly asked, What did you see? Too many countless memories. Who am I? No, I'm Natalie. Let me go. As the dwarf spoke, he actually let out a woman's scream. Halfway through, the scream turned into an old woman's voice. He wasn't controlled by the sheep-egg's soul. This time it was the memories that affected him. The sheep-egg was formed by the fusion of countless souls. Each soul contained all of a person's memories. With these memories, that person would complete a different kind of possession. Tyrion was like a rash kid. He knocked over the luggage of memories. The luggage was filled with bottles of different colors. Every bottle represented a person's memory. If the memories were different, the colors of the dyes in the bottles would also be different. Now, countless bottles of dyes fell into the pool of Tyrion's memories. He was contaminated. He was about to go crazy. Why did you open so many memories at once? Danny cursed. Her figure flashed and appeared behind him. The flames that contained the divinity of fire creation burned his hair, skin, flesh, skull, brain, countless memories in his mind. The mutated memories that belonged to the sheep egg turned into spirituality and divinity. Tyrion's brain, bones, skin and eyeballs slowly recovered in the fire of creation. If a normal person burned like this, they would have died long ago. However, Tyrion was different. He was a close blood relative of the Dragon Queen. Following Dany's advancement, the level of his bloodline increased. His resistance to fire was far greater than that of a normal person. Because of this, he was still the best experimental material to study fire creation. As the impurities in his memories were burned clean, the dwarf regained his consciousness. It's too scary. Compared to Balerian's memories, my life is like a drop of water in a pond, he said in horror. Use a technique to let the memories find you, Dany said. How? Tyrion asked. Now there's a sea of memories in front of you. You're standing by the sea and calling out some kind of memory, instead of jumping into the sea and wandering through countless memories. For example, let me ask you, when is St. Bailey's name day? You can't start recalling your life's experiences from birth, and then encounter memories related to St. Bailey's birthday, Dany said slowly. Tyrion was very smart. Not only did he immediately understand what Dany meant by letting the memories find you, he also guessed the reason why she was tormenting him like this. You want Balerian's witchcraft knowledge? You should have said so earlier. I was worried that I would be punished by you if I didn't complete my undercover mission, so I kept seducing Jenny to teach me all kinds of witchcraft, he said bitterly. You know the method to make tile steel? Dany said calmly. Jenny said that the tile steel forging technique can only be managed by the Great Wizard. She doesn't have the right to know, the dwarf said slowly. You know the realm of the Fire Devil King? Dany asked again. What's the Fire Devil King? The dwarf was confused. You know about fire armor? The dwarf sighed. Tell me, what do you want? I'll think about it. Record down the Fire Devil King first, Dany said excitedly. The dwarf closed his eyes and pondered. King of Fire Devils, King of Fire Devils, King of Fire Devils. Gradually a large amount of memories leaped out of the sea and entered the dwarf's mind. It's so complicated. I can't understand or remember it. What should I do? Haven't you always boasted of being smart? Dany said unhappily. If you ask me to recite the Annals of the Four Kings, I can memorize an entire passage in an hour because I can understand it. But now I can't understand those runes at all, Tyrion said helplessly. Dany had no choice but to find a stack of Longji paper for him. Chapter 838. How do you feel? Yemont placed a bowl of black chicken and red date soup on the bedside table and asked with concern. The dwarf struggled to get up and sat sideways on the pillow. He picked up the bowl and gulped it down before sighing in satisfaction. After the Battle of Meereen, I've been suffering underground for half a month. Finally, I can eat normal food again. But I'm not feeling well now. From time to time, I'll have two opposing feelings for the same thing. How so? Yemont asked curiously. For example now. The dwarf pointed at the white porcelain bowl. I think it's salty and light and it tastes good. But suddenly another me says, what kind of shit is this? Why don't you add sugar? Then a third me stands up and says, you should add some black pepper from Cocoa Island. Asterisk smack. Asterisk the dwarf slapped himself and cursed. 7 levels of hell. I've never heard of Cocoa Island in my life. I don't even like spicy pepper. Old Yemont had been a scholar for almost 100 years, but he still could not understand the dwarf's symptoms. Have you been tortured to the point of mental illness? His old eyes could not help but show pity. No, I have other people's memories in my brain. Those fragmented memories made me have multiple personalities, the dwarf lamented. But you don't seem to be crazy now. The queen also said that you've recovered, old Yemont said. It had been a week since Jenny's death. The dwarf returned to the Meereen Pyramid and was unconscious for 5 days. He had just woken up the day before yesterday and could barely get up today. Those memories are not complete. It's like a bowl of oatmeal with a handful of rat feces mixed in. Not just one, but a handful. The dwarf emphasized with a raised fist. My head is that pot of slightly smelly porridge. The rat feces have melted and mixed with the porridge. I can't separate the feces anymore. Old Yamant frowned in disgust. What did Jenny do to you? Sigh, before she died, she forcefully activated the fetus of faith in my mind and summoned Balerian's will to descend upon me. There was some doubt in the dwarf's eyes. He said hesitantly, the queen said that Balerian wanted to take over my body by force. The memories left in my mind are the aftermath of the fusion of my soul and his. That doesn't make sense. I'm in Slaver's Bay, and the queen is standing right in front of me. How stupid would Balerian be to place so much power on me? Anyway, in the end, Balerian's enormous soul was burned to ashes by the queen. Old Yamant shook his head and said wisely, you can't infer that Balerian shouldn't have done that just because the outcome was disadvantageous to him. Just like when the Allied army besieged Slaver's Bay, in the early stages of the war, no one was optimistic about the queen. Even before the Great Battle of Meereen, the Allied army was full of confidence, but in the end, hundreds of thousands of people were killed on the battlefield, and 100,000 soldiers were destroyed by the flood. Dany had already prepared for the defeat of the Alliance half a year ago. According to your logic, the Alliance is too stupid. They shouldn't have come to Slaver's Bay. That makes sense. The suspicion in the dwarf's eyes disappeared, and he said dejectedly, although Balerian's consciousness has been removed, what about the fragmented memories left in his mind? This was the reason why Dany never fused with other people's thoughts and souls. Spiritual bestowment washed away the personal imprint on the soul, and naturally also washed away the memories. Through spiritual bestowment, one could not obtain his memories. In her previous life, she often saw the main character of a novel get the memories of a nascent soul-old monster, and then do everything in alchemy, refining weapons, and practicing martial arts. She was very happy to see all kinds of face-slapping. After coming to this world and looking back at those awesome main characters again, she couldn't help but worry for them. After the soul was fused, what would happen if they lost their personal will? After all, the other person was a nascent soul-old monster, and you were just a mortal. In a battle of wills, mortals were like ants to nascent soul-old monsters. Even if the main character had a halo and successfully suppressed the will of the nascent soul-old monster, avoiding the misfortune of being possessed. But the main character was only in his teens, and the nascent soul-old monster was 1,000 years old. It was like a hard drive of tea. Only a dozen or so gigabytes of memory data belonged to the main character, and the rest was occupied by the old monster. Would the main character be affected by the old monster's memories? Just like how the dwarf was now. Was the sheep egg as strong as a nascent soul-old monster? No one knew if they hadn't fought. But his will and memories must be 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than a nascent soul-old monster. Because the sheep egg was not alone, and countless Valeglia were with him. If Dany took the initiative to fuse with the sheep egg's soul, he would go crazy with joy, because this was his goal all along. For the next 2 days, Yamant, Ashera, Mesai, and the others accompanied the dwarf to talk about the things that happened in the Westeros in the past, helping the dwarf recall and deepen his memories, habits, and personality. This was the treatment plan that the Dragon Queen came up with after diagnosing the dwarf when she came back in a hurry. The harm of messy memories isn't great. Actually, our memories and habits are changed by others at every moment. For example, when you're obsessed with reading, you unconsciously think of yourself as the main character in the story, and the adventures of the main character become part of your memory. The main character likes to eat cherry crepe, and every time, he describes the texture and taste extremely clearly. Then you'll try it in reality and fall in love with the cherry crepe that originally felt ordinary. What you need to do now is to distinguish your own memory from the memory fragments of the external world, and clarify yourself, and fade the memories of others into the experiences of the main character in the book. This way, you'll feel like you're reading a messy storybook with clear characters. Also, go out more often when you're free. Don't stay in your room and let your imagination run wild. Listen and observe the real world. You'll feel like you've forgotten the plot of the book you've read a long time ago, and fade away the messy memories that aren't inferior to yours. The Dragon Queen comforted him like this. As for whether it could be completely cured, if it was that easy to get rid of the side effects, she would have fused with it herself. After all, she had longed for the secret technique that had been passed down in Valeglia for 6,000 years. After a few days of recuperation, the dwarf got rid of the trouble of the strange memories, and began to seriously think about a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Who am I? This had nothing to do with philosophy, it was purely a genetic question. On this day, Messiah excitedly found her uncle and announced the good news that she had been appointed as a court lady by the queen, and asked some questions about government affairs. One of the questions was how to ensure that the maid wouldn't reveal the secrets of the queen and the court. Tyrion suddenly realized that it was useless for him to think so hard. Finding Barristan and asking him was more effective than anything else. He found old Yamant's study, interrupted the teaching process of the children, and asked anxiously, "Master Yamant, when will Sir Barristan return?" Yamant was displeased and frowned. "I'm busy now. If you're not in a hurry, go out first and we'll talk about it during lunch." Tyrion was stunned and looked around, only to find that the study had changed greatly, and there was a room full of children sitting in it. The spacious room with bright windows was about 80 square meters, the bookshelves were cleared, and there were about 30 wooden tables neatly arranged. Each table was accompanied by an armchair. The two tables were placed side by side, and behind them sat two childish children. The oldest was no older than 12 years old, and there were dark-skinned Midsummer Islanders, white-skinned Undulls or Loinars, silver-haired Valeglia, brown-skinned centaurs with almond eyes, milky white queers. There were men and women of various colors, and the dwarf was dazzled for a moment. But in just a moment, his attention was attracted by the half-blood centaur boy sitting in the middle of the front row. Silver hair, purple almond-shaped eyes, and a beautiful face were not the main things that captured Tyrion's attention. The boy had a unique temperament. Among the other children, he did not have the aura of a king, but Tyrion could tell at a glance that he was different from the others. He stood out like a firefly in the dark night. At least that was the case in his eyes. "What are you doing? Who are they?" The dwarf frowned as he looked at the boy. The boy was neither shy nor afraid, and openly looked back at him. Old Yamant's heart skipped a beat. He put the textbook in his hand on the podium, took a step forward and pulled the dwarf out of the door. "This nature class will end here. Next is the extracurricular reading time. Go to the bookshelves behind and look for a book to read. Remember to write a review at least 300 words, and hand it to the class monitor after you finish it. Then you can have lunch." "Got it, Master Yamant," the children replied cheerfully. "What are you doing?" The dwarf was even more puzzled. "I'm in class. You didn't even knock before barging in. No manners at all," Yamant said angrily. "Class?" The dwarf said blankly. "I've only been away for a month." "Why?" Yamant interrupted him and said. "It's not just a month. My class has been going on for almost half a year. Didn't Messiah tell you? She's also a student here. But she's a middle school student. I'm teaching elementary school students now." "Middle school students? Elementary school students?" The dwarf muttered a few words and suddenly realized, the queen wants to abolish the city of learning and create a middle school and elementary school system. "You're experimenting at Slave Bay?" "Something like that." "Who are those students and who's that round-faced centaur?" "A centaur of mixed blood. The one sitting in the first row in the middle," the dwarf said curiously. "There are two types of students, noble children and smart, talented commoner children. The centaur you're talking about is called Simba. He's not an ordinary person. He's the son of the late Khal, and he joined the Queen's Khalasar along with his tribe." Old Yamant did not avoid the topic. Instead, he explained Simba's identity in a casual manner. "That's a lion." The dwarf sighed. "A white lion of the grasslands, nurtured well. The Queen will definitely have another powerful general in the future." "Why do you say that? He's only 5 years old." Old Yamant was inexplicably happy, but he was also very curious. The dwarf pointed at his eyes. "This thing of mine is very useful. That kid sitting among the children is like my father standing among the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Tell me, how eye-catching would that be?" Yamant's old face twisted. "Why are you looking for me?" he asked in a muffled voice. The dwarf looked around. They were in a long corridor, and from time to time servants and unsullied with dogs walked past. He brought the old man to his bedroom, and said with a serious expression, "When will Sir Barristan be back?" "It's hard to say. He's now stationed at Dragonstone Island, handling Westeros affairs for the queen. Without any major changes, he might not be back for a year or two. I want to use the magic mirror to ask him a few questions. Or, Master Ymont, can you also tell me the answer? The dwarf stared at the old man and said. Ymont's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague guess. What do you want to know? There are some terrible rumors between the Mad King and my mother Joanna. Chapter 839. Frowning and thinking for a moment, old Ymont sighed and said, What do you want to say, or do you know something? Tyrion kept staring at him. He suspected that the old man knew something but was deliberately hiding it. You know, the queen sent me undercover, but there was an accident. Jenny took a fancy to my high-ranked Valeglia bloodline and left Balerian's faith in my mind, Tyrion said slowly. You've heard rumors about Aerys and your mother, so you suspect that you're their illegitimate child? Old Ymont asked openly. Tyrion was shocked for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, A dwarf is already as lowly as an illegitimate child. How would an illegitimate dwarf be considered? Worse than a beast? Ymont looked at him deeply and said, You're very sure? The dwarf returned his deep gaze, as if he understood something. He said with a complicated tone, I was an idiot in magic before, and I didn't know anything. Now I understand why Ginny and Valeglia's descendants joined the Alliance army. It was because Balerion wanted to seize the Dragon Queen's unique unburning blood. If I'm her illegitimate brother, then Ginny has a perfect explanation for how much she values me. After all, our Lannister has never had a marriage alliance with the Targaryens in 300 years. We Lannister. Ymont chewed softly. A look of sorrow flashed across Tyrion's eyes, and he said meaningfully, I know my identity. You and the Dragon Queen don't have to worry. I won't take advantage of the Targaryen world empire, with my identity as the Mad King's son and the Queen's brother. Ymont understood that the dwarf understood that they knew his identity long ago. When the dwarf guessed his identity, Ymont did not intend to hide the fact that he already knew his true identity. Do you know about the witchcraft lens? Ymont asked. Tyrion's pupils constricted as he said with difficulty, Genes can be tested. You already knew then? Ymont's eyes were clear, and he did not evade the question. You were infected with grayscale disease. Dany took your blood for a drug reaction test, and accidentally found that there were many genes in your blood that were similar to hers. She had grown up in the Free Trade City, so she was unaware of the widespread rumors about King's Landing. Therefore, she was shocked and incredulous. In the end, like you, she asked the White Knight of Aerys, Ser Barristan. So it's true, so that's how it is. Tyrion had mixed feelings. Happy. He didn't kill his father. Pain. Like a tsunami, he killed a father who could tolerate his vile spawn identity. What followed was confusion and resentment. What was his existence? What was the meaning of it? They had known about it a long time ago, but they had kept it from him and treated him like that. Ymont had lived for too long, and when he saw the dwarf's expression, he could roughly guess what he was thinking. Dany wanted to tell you the truth immediately, but I stopped her, he said. Tyrion suddenly raised his head and glared at the old man. Why? I'm old and I really don't want to see a dragon fight before I die. Ymont sighed, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his old eyes. Think back to the situation at the time. Aegon was determined to get the Iron Throne. And your nature hides a strong desire for power. I didn't. Tyrion interrupted him agitatedly. Ymont stared into the dwarf's eyes and said with certainty, Don't deny it. The desire for power is not a weakness, and it's not embarrassing to say it. Think about it carefully. Is there a hole in your heart that needs power to fill? But in reality, it can never be filled. You are the standard Lannister, and also a qualified true dragon. The desires of a lion and a dragon converge in you. You're old and muddle-headed. I have no interest in the Iron Throne. Tyrion grinned. His body was trembling, and so were his hands hanging by his side. His heart was also trembling. Am I really like Littlefinger, Tywin, Old Rose, and Cersei crazy for power? No. Tyrion, it's not shameful to desire power. You're a dwarf, and you want to be recognized by others. The only way for a dwarf to become a giant is through power. And God's descent. Tyrion's smile was twisted. That day I grew to 1.6 meters tall. Old Yamant said numbly, "What would Aegon think if he knew that you were the son of Ares? You should know that it's good for both of you to remain the same. The Mad King's illegitimate son is not as glorious as Tywin's son. If you don't know your identity, you won't clash with Aegon. It's only good for Dany Rise. She has the witchcraft lens, so she must know about Aegon's identity, but she deliberately hid it. Aegon helped her attract the firepower of the Alliance, and I was constantly given missions that would send me to my death. You can't wait for us to all die, so that we won't interfere with the Dragon Queen's great empire." Tyrion sneered. Yamant was not angry. Instead, he smiled strangely. "It seems that you still care about your Targaryen bloodline. If it didn't matter at all, the dwarf wouldn't be angry. If he wasn't so angry that he felt wronged, he wouldn't have said such angry words. I don't care about bloodline, but your actions of hiding the truth make me angry," Tyrion said coldly. "Aegon has the Targaryen bloodline. The witchcraft lens only showed that his true dragon bloodline is much weaker than Dany's. This doesn't mean anything. After all, there's a layer between him and Dany, and his mother Ilya isn't a Targaryen. If Ilya hadn't taken the initiative to reveal the secret, no one would have been able to confirm his true identity." Suddenly, Yamant noticed the change in the dwarf's expression. He didn't think much of it, and his face was full of mockery. His heart skipped a beat, and he probed, "You also guessed long ago that Aegon isn't Lay Jazi?" Also, Tyrion was shocked. Yamant's expression was complicated. Perhaps he looked down on a weak girl like Dany, or perhaps Aegon's identity as a red dragon was going to be exposed sooner or later. Ilya only tried his best to hide Aegon's existence, but he didn't care much about hiding his true identity. Dany and Viserys wandered the free cities like beggars. Aegon had received elite noble education from a young age, and even had Ashala guiding his faith. The Golden Regiment mocked Viserys for asking for help, but swore a blood oath with Aegon. His completely different attitude towards Aegon, Dany, and Viserys showed that Ilya only treated Dany and Viserys as pawns, cannon fodder. But Dany and Viserys were the true Targaryen bloodline. Any loyal subject, who wanted to restore the Targaryen dynasty, should not have treated them like that. Even if it was for Rhaegar, it wasn't worth it. Rhaegar had committed a grave mistake that was enough to strip him of his right to inherit the Iron Throne, let alone Rhaegar's son. So, Ilya definitely isn't a friend of the Targaryens. The flaw is indeed huge, but Ilya can't be blamed for being careless. The dwarf couldn't help but sigh. The Dany Rise before she was 14 was a completely different person from the Dragon Queen after she hatched. He could toy with the fate of the last princess, but could only kneel and tremble at the feet of the Megalosaurus. Targaryen is only complete with a dragon, old Yamant said matter-of-factly. So a dwarf bastard without a dragon like me deserves to die? Tyrion sneered. Don't you know what you've done? If you were just Lannister and dared to sneak out of Slaver's Bay with Tessa, you would have been swallowed by Blackie long ago, old Yamant said in annoyance. Tyrion blushed and shouted, "She told me to go to Sosrose." Sir Clinton went. "Is he dead?" Tyrion, you must understand that she has no reason to protect you. In terms of age, you are older than her. If you had the ability, you should have protected her. But you are in dire straits because of her help. In terms of friendship, you were just strangers before. You still have Lannister's mark on you. Don't you know the relationship between Lannister and the Targaryens? In terms of relationship, she is a ruler and you are a subject. Even when Tywin was alive, did he let you be on equal footing with Jaime? You can't even be a subject and you still have the face to make a fuss here, old Yamant rebuked bluntly. Tyrion was speechless. You are right. This sister queen is at least better than that sister queen, he said self-deprecatingly. Don't be mistaken. She wanted to reveal your identity. I was the one who stopped her, old Yamant said calmly. Just a week ago, in a speech in the People's Square, Dragon Queen announced the plan for the Great Cold War to the 1.5 million people in the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay. This was the second national strategy, after the Great Leap Forward in agricultural production. In fact, the Great Leap Forward and the Cold War were 2 steps in the overall strategy to survive the long night. The food in Slaver's Bay can last us for at least 10 years. We still have the sea to fish. In 10 years we don't have to worry about food. With that, we don't have to worry about the food shortage of the 3 great dangers of the long night for now. The 3 great dangers of the long night, the other ghosts, at least they have not crossed the narrow sea, so we don't have to worry. Only the last great danger, keeping warm. Next, the main task of the council and the government officials is to solve the problem of keeping warm. That night, after a simple but sumptuous dinner, Dragon Queen gathered the recent information on the living conditions of the people in Slaver's Bay, and gathered the ministers to discuss the problem of keeping warm. The dwarf was also listening by the side. He knew that Sister Danny already knew that he knew his identity, but during the dinner at the palace banquet, her behavior was the same as usual. She was neither too close to him nor too distant. She was natural and unrestrained, and did not even feel awkward. Anyway, he felt that it was rather awkward. He did not know what she was thinking, but seeing her speak with assurance on the podium, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Such a wise and brave queen is my sister. In the outskirts of Myrene, the villages near the forest can build a brick bed. The blueprint for the brick bed is on page 17. The sound of pages flipping could be heard in the meeting room. The dwarf woke up from his silly joy and opened the 17th page of the document in his hand. Indeed, there was a strange rectangular brick bed drawn with dotted lines. The brick bed had a stove and a chimney. The stove was used to burn firewood, and the smoke and heat generated would pass through the walls of the brick bed to heat up the stone slabs above. The smoke would then pass through the chimney of the brick bed and out of the room. The dwarf was very smart and immediately understood the advantages of the brick bed. First, it saved firewood. Every household would light a fire to cook. Now they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make full use of the heat from the stove. Second, the brick bed had very low requirements for firewood. If it was a fireplace in a castle, it had to burn dry chopped firewood. Many nobles had special requirements for the type of chopped firewood, because different types of firewood had different smells. The brick bed did not have to worry about the smoke. Freshly cut wet wood, branches and leaves could also be stuffed inside. This was especially important during the long night, because there was no sun and the air was cold and humid. The freshly cut trees would not dry for a few years. Chapter 840. The 8th page is a map of the worm tunnel outside Myrene. 20 to 30 meters underground is much warmer than the surface, maintaining a temperature of around 5 dragon degrees. Those who are older, have more children, and have less labor can move to the worm tunnel as long as they are unable to log outside the city. I will mobilize the prisoners to enter the worm tunnel to build sewers, canals, and other public facilities. The worm tunnel in different areas will be divided into commercial streets, manors, squares, and residential areas. Your Majesty, you want to build an underground city outside Myrene? Yimont asked in surprise. No, not Myrene. Danny shook her head. The worm tunnel outside Myrene is just a test area. The real underground city is in the Red Wasteland. My fire sprite has been drawing a map of the Red Wasteland's surface temperature. It's on the 13th page. You can take a look. The dwarf immediately turned to the 13th page. 90% of the areas were similar to Slave Bay, around -3 degrees, but some areas were marked in red. The surface temperature of the desert was above 0. 50 kilometers southeast of White Cloud City, there was a desert marked with a red cross. The temperature was close to 10 dragon degrees. Is there really a volcano outside White Cloud City? Xiao Gu asked with a straight face. When he was exploring the terrain near White Cloud City, he passed by the place marked with a red cross. It was very hot. After returning to report to Calixi, she guessed that there might be a volcano under the red hell. There are no volcanoes or magma. Maybe the crust is a little thin. Danny pointed at the red cross and said, we can use this as the center of the circle to build layers and layers of the underground city. The inner ring has a high temperature and can grow wheat, fruits, and other green plants. The middle ring has a moderate temperature for people to live in. The outer ring has a lower temperature and can be used for planting fungus seeds for animal husbandry. The temperature in the sanctuary beyond the Great Wall was not high, around 7 or 8 degrees. The children of the forest grew mushrooms and herded sheep, living a leisurely life. She asked them for a batch of fungus seeds that could grow in the dark environment, and Slave Bay could also build her own sanctuary. You can't grow wheat even if the temperature is high, right? Green plants need sunlight. The dwarf was puzzled. Danny's eyes flashed. I have a fire sprite. As long as there are enough fire elements around, they can maintain their elemental sprite state for 24 hours. In fact, there was a difference between fire and sunlight. Perhaps she should spend some time studying Song of Light. The main reason why he had fused with the useless Lady of Light's destiny that day was to cause damage to Lalo. Lalo had set her up many times and she could tolerate it the first few times. However, during the Battle of Winterfell, Lalo disregarded the big picture and tried to kill her, which made Danny give up the idea of forming a united front to end the long night. His own people had stabbed him in the back at such a crucial moment. The lethality was too great and it was too infuriating. In her anger, Danny didn't think about what she could gain. She only wanted to make Lalo lose something. However, Lalo's main body was split into two. Shadow Demon was in the far east, and Light King was in the Earth's core. At least Danny did not have the ability to threaten him now. Then she would take the initiative to start a Great Dao battle with him, take away his Song of Light and make the King of Light lose his status as a true god. Comprehending Song of Light required time, and it didn't seem to be of much use to her. In theory, she shouldn't waste time on it. However, in order to deal with Lalo, she was willing to sacrifice 800 points and kill 10,000 enemies. Song of Light was also the Song of Law, so it couldn't be completely useless to Danny. She wouldn't be sacrificing 800 points, but she would be earning less. The key was that she could kill 10,000 enemies. Lalo, who was half crippled due to the extinguishing of the sun and the long night, would completely fall to the mortal world after losing Song of Light. Simply put, without Song of Law, Lalo would no longer be a true god. Lalo, who wasn't a true god, was less of a threat to Danny. However, when Danny tried to comprehend Song of Light these days, she realized that she had obtained more than 800 points. Song of Light was far more helpful to her than she thought. There was a strange bond between light and fire. Perhaps she could obtain 8 million points? What about water resources and fertilizers? The Red Wasteland will definitely lack water, so how can we farm in desert soil? Asked the dwarf. Are you crazy? It's snowing everywhere now, how can there be a lack of water? Mocked the Count of Shattered Shackles. I thought it would be an icy desert, said the dwarf in surprise. There's snow, so we might be able to find an underground river. Danny nodded. There are many wells in White Cloud City, we can dig wells, said Cora blankly. As for fertilizers, the septic tank will collect human and animal feces through the sewers. Last question, the distance from Marine to White Cloud City is about 1,000 kilometers. Crossing mountains and ridges, the actual distance will only be further. The long journey of hundreds of thousands of people, and their rations is already a disaster. The dragonworms can't stand the cold, so I'm afraid they won't be able to get through. Right? I heard from Jane that the dragonworms are dying of disease, said the dwarf with a frown. You'll know in a few days. Danny glanced at him and continued with the next topic. White Cloud City's underground city wasn't prepared for the free people of Slave Bay. Don't forget Danny's identity as the Queen of Call. She still had more than 500,000 centaurs to take care of. The underground city alone wasn't enough for 500,000 people to live in. Furious Hell City, Biasabad conquered by Danny, the city-state of the Red Jade Warriors, had 2 captains stationed there. Including their families, there were about 50,000 centaurs. There were also 50,000 centaurs at the foot of Mother Goddess Mountain. At least 200,000 people, including the Red Jade Warriors, gathered in Khaleesi City, which was built on the south bank of the Raza River. Now they were on their way south to White Cloud City. The remaining centaurs were in the form of Khalasar nomads on the plains of the Lone River. It had been less than a month since the long night fell, so they didn't have time to rush back. If the underground city was doing well, then a portion of it would be moved there. This way, the burden on Slave Bay would be greatly reduced. Oh. After the meeting ended, everyone bid farewell and left. Tyrion and Ymont stayed behind with different expressions. Danny glanced at the dwarf and asked with a sarcastic tone, "You seem to be quite proactive today. Do you know your true identity and intend to serve the Targaryen dynasty well?" Seeing her natural expression and attitude, which was no different from before, Tyrion, who was a little nervous, suddenly relaxed. While he was relaxed, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She didn't seem to care about him, her only kin? Your Majesty, I've always been willing to be loyal to you, as long as you don't send me to my death. His words were also sarcastic. You still owe me 500 lives. You have to work for me 500 times. No one can go against a sacred oath. Dany laughed coldly. Tyrion's face began to twist. You tricked me. What did I trick you for? Did I not save your life? Did I not give you the deity's descent divine spell? Did I not help you grow? 500 lives is the price. Even if Rhaegar comes, he'll pay the same price. The VIP treatment plan includes allowing me to obtain supernatural powers, but the reason I can master fire witchcraft is entirely because of my own bloodline. Tyrion said angrily. Didn't you try the glass candle that day? Dany asked in return. Tyrion's expression froze. Indeed, when he arrived at Slaver's Bay, he became a wildfire general and was in charge of managing a group of fire mages. Naturally, he knew the way to test his supernatural talent, holding the glass candle and meditating. At that time, he did not light the glass candle. That was the truth. But Ginny said my bloodline is noble. He muttered. The VIP treatment can make you grow taller. Naturally, it can also make you noble. Tyrion said helplessly, I killed the long-nosed king, spied on Ginny to obtain witchcraft knowledge, even killed her and tampered with the trap she set. These can offset dozens of life-risking missions, right? Alright, offset once. Dany's tone was reluctant. Once is too little. Your main mission was to lock onto the elephant soldier's position before the Battle of Meereen. If the mission failed, everything after that was just to make up for your mistakes. Moreover, you didn't even finish writing down the Fire Devil King and Fire Armor Witchcraft. You didn't even have time to record the tile forging technique. That day, the mission of stealing sheep eggs was only 40% completed. One reason was because Tyrion was writing with a pen and was too slow. Before his body collapsed, he had not finished writing the witchcraft. Another reason was that when he was helping the dwarf burn his messy memories, a large part of the witchcraft inheritance was also burned away. The Fire Devil King was only 70% of the content, and the remaining 30% was burned away. The fire armor was only 60% because Tyrion could not take it and cut it off prematurely. He did not even have time to recall the tile forging technique. However, the dwarf did manage to obtain a lot of witchcraft from Ginny. For example, using dragon blood and dragon worm blood to purify his bloodline. For example, like Ginny, implanting a worm egg in his body and fusing it with the dragon worm was a powerful blood witchcraft. For example, a full set of sacrificial spells, Valeglia's high priest meditation technique. Not a great wizard. They all seem to be unorthodox. 2 days later, in the garden of the Great Pyramid, which had been installed with a double glass dome, a small sun was suspended in the dome, emitting light and heat. Horse God, how did he become so beautiful like a woman? 7 gods above, I actually have feelings for dwarfs. Holy Mother, Uncle, is it really you? Tyrion walked over from the staircase with his head held high, and the light of the entire world seemed to fall on him, dazzling him. The centaur maid, Messiah, red-haired Lyra, and the other women were so shocked that they started shouting. I'm really too handsome. The dwarf touched his own face, and sighed with a complicated gaze. Og, using Little Plum's face to make such a melancholy expression, it once again caused a frenzy of screams from the maids. Compared to the people of Valeglia, he's not that good-looking, right? Dany was speechless. At midnight 2 days ago, the Dragon Queen fulfilled her promise and helped Tyrion change his appearance from Prince Leo to Leonardo, and his height increased by another 5 centimeters. With a height of 1.4 meters, the face of Little Plum at his peak, and the unique black and blue eyes of dwarfs, he was indeed very handsome. But in this fantasy world, the people of Valeglia were cheaters in appearance. Especially Targaryen, he was a cheater in a group of cheaters. If Liga and second brother Way were still alive, the dwarf might not be able to attract more attention if he stood together with the 2 brothers with Little Plum's face. Other things aside, if Dany changed into men's clothing, she could instantly kill the 1.4 meters Little Plum. Don't blame us for being exaggerated, but his transformation is too exaggerated. If you saw a pile of shit turn into an apple with your own eyes, wouldn't you be shocked? The plump Meiji said with conviction. Shit. The dwarf's handsome face started to distort. I was shit in your eyes before? To be honest, I'd rather look at my own shit, Jichi said honestly. Chapter 841. I want to return to the Westeros, Tyrion said to the Dragon Queen who was sunbathing on a deck chair after finding a chair under the persimmon tree. Go ahead. The united front against ghosts needs a peerless general like you, Dany said casually without raising her head. There are 3 issues that need to be resolved. The dwarf took a glance at the many girls playing in the pool. His gaze paused on Masai for a moment. Then, he lowered his voice and said, my identity, the dragon worm in my body, and my pterosaur Tessa. I will publicly announce that you are the illegitimate son of Aerys and Joanna. Then I will acknowledge your identity as a super illegitimate son, Dany said. Shua, lower your voice. The dwarf nervously took a glance at the pool behind him. I don't want to reveal my true identity. I just want you to not tell anyone else. Why? You were complaining about Ymont concealing your identity. Dany raised her head and said in surprise, Targaryen's illegitimate son is no more glorious than my original identity. But, being your illegitimate brother is more dangerous. Your Majesty, many people hate you, but they can't do anything to you. I am different. I have a mortal body. I don't want to repeat what happened to Aegon, Tyrion said solemnly. You don't want to let go of your ties with Lannister, right? Dany revealed his true thoughts with a sneer. You are afraid that Masai, Cersei, Jaime, and your other relatives will look at you differently. You are afraid that you will lose their love. I have seen the love of deviant ghosts. What love does Cersei have for me? Jaime must hate me because I killed his father. Tyrion's handsome face turned red. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he growled. You can't hide it anymore. Dany shrugged and leaned back on the chair. She said lazily, don't forget about Bran. The three-eyed crow knows everything that happened in the Westeros. If you don't want to be schemed against, it's best to disclose everything. Don't let the enemy have an advantage in information. The three-eyed crow is real? Knowing everything about the past, present, and future, isn't that a little too much? Tyrion said in shock. You're an idiot, Dany said indifferently. The midget was baffled. What's wrong? How many times have I told you about the three-eyed crow? But if you only believe what you want to believe, isn't that stupid? I now fully understand why the City of Knowledge created the real world. It's because there are too many smart people like you who have a skeptical spirit. Actually, I shouldn't be talking nonsense with you. I won't be the one being plotted against. If you want to continue hiding your identity, then go ahead. Tyrion's expression changed several times. After a while, he took a deep breath, and his eyes became incomparably clear. He sighed and said, You're right. I was really stupid before. After experiencing so many things, even the sun in the sky has disappeared. If I still think the same way as before, I will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Hearing his words, Dany was a little surprised. Then do you want to reveal your identity? I don't want to waste any more time on this, she said. Let's reveal it. Tyrion smiled bitterly. A secret is a secret that only one person knows. The three-eyed crow has no reason to be kind to me. But what does a super illegitimate child mean? Do you know a noble illegitimate child? Dany asked in reply. Could it be? The midget widened his eyes and said in shock, You're willing to give me the right to inherit the Targaryen name? The right to inherit is nothing. You're a super illegitimate child, and you're stronger than a noble illegitimate child. A noble illegitimate child only has the right to inherit, and he doesn't have the Targaryen name. I can give Aerys to you. What? The midget was confused. Give me what? I'll return your father to you. My father. The midget was still confused. Your biological father. As the only surviving son of Aerys, you should inherit everything from him. But he's also your biological father. The midget said in confusion. Dany quickly waved her hand and said no. He's only your biological father now. Aerys and I are of the same bloodline. Westeros have this tradition: if an elder brother can't give birth to a son, he'll adopt his younger brother's son and inherit the family business. I'll establish my own family and establish my own empire. It's enough to have Layla as my mother to continue the family tree and the inheritance. In the end, Layla is also a direct descendant of the Targaryens. As for you, you'll inherit your father's business. Aerys and the three-headed red dragon emblem belong to you. Facing such a generous sister, Tyrion was so touched that he wanted to cry. No way. He was indeed very touched. Unlike Dany, the midget was a typical Westeros. He valued the honor of his ancestors and family very much. This could be seen from the lion emblem on each of his clothes. So, he was really happy to receive the Mad King's legacy from Dany, which was far superior to the noble illegitimate child Daemon Blackfyre. He was also very touched by his sister's care for him, but seeing her indifferent attitude, he came to a realization. The care and concern was probably an illusion. What do you want to do? It seems that you've also acknowledged Aegon's identity as the direct descendant of the mediocre King Aegon. Now, you want me to put up the sign of Aerys's son. What's your goal? Tyrion said with a complicated expression. Old Ymont is afraid that the dragon duel will happen again. I don't want to be a kinslayer either. So it's good for everyone to maintain a clear distance and be close to each other. I have Slaver's Bay. A large world is waiting for me to conquer. To me, the legacy left behind by Aegon the Conqueror is just a cherry in a yogurt fruit basket. I don't mind giving the cherry to you or Aegon or anyone else. Of course, if none of you want it, I don't mind eating it myself. All right, I understand. Tyrion smiled bitterly. If I had 100 gold royals in my pocket, I wouldn't mind giving a handful of copper coins to a beggar who comes begging at my door. Dany flipped her hand, and a fire spirit was born from the blazing palm. She clenched her fist again, and flames burned in her palm again. She said, "Don't make it sound so bad. I'm the one who put the copper coins in your bowl. If you think that you're begging, then my actions are charity. If you acknowledge the fact that Aerys is your biological father, then I'm taking your father's place to care for you." The dwarf's plum face became more and more distorted. If you say that a sister's care for her illegitimate brother, it'll be more sincere, and it'll make me feel better. Dany rolled her eyes at him beautifully. The truth is more sincere. The dwarf was silent for a moment. You gave me the Targaryen surname and clan crest. What about the other things? Aerys' other legacy? The Iron Throne? If you want it, then fight for it yourself. I won't object. You don't support it either, Tyrion said calmly. You guys treat the holy oath like phlegm, spitting it out casually and licking it back up when necessary. I, on the other hand, love cleanliness. No, I'm a germaphobe. If we can kill the king of the strange ghosts, I'll definitely help you sit on that iron chair. Dany lay on the soft couch and glanced at him from the corner of her eye. You have to hurry. Sansa has already obtained the first kill of the king of the strange ghosts. She has 5 points and is leading the rankings. First kill. Tyrion's mouth twitched. How many times do I have to kill it? Actually, your competitors are only Sansa, Stannis, and you, Luwin. As for me, because I'm too strong, I'm basically out of the competition for the oath of kill the Ghost King as king. I don't intend to fight for the Iron Throne. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms won't accept a king who committed patricide. Moreover, my birth is very immoral, and I'm a dwarf. The dwarf looked disappointed. Up to you. Can the dragon worm in my body be taken out? The dwarf asked his second question. Dany shook her head, her face full of admiration. She said, "This kind of witchcraft that fuses the dragon worm's bloodline is very strange. It's not a dragon worm that lives in your body. This is a kind of body modification spell. Using the dragon worm's bloodline to fuse with your bloodline, your genes have the dragon worm's genes. Your muscles, organs, and bones will gradually turn into a dragon worm under the witchcraft." What do you mean? The dwarf didn't quite understand. There's no real dragon worm in your body at all. You'll understand if you use your brain. Dragon worm eggs are about the same as dragon eggs. A newly born larva is about as thick as a wrist. How can it be like Jenny's, which is as thick as a chopstick and as long as an arm? The dragon worm in your body isn't a dragon worm. It has the dragon worm's genes. dragonworm's bloodline, and dragonworm's body organs. Of course, you can also say that it's a dragonworm. It's just that your body has transformed into a dragonworm. Those dragonworms are you. You fused with the dragonworm's bloodline and became a dragonworm. If that's the case, if I fuse with the megalosaurus bloodline, wouldn't I be able to transform into a megalosaurus? The dwarf asked doubtfully. It's only a theoretical possibility. The sheep eggs witchcraft can't do it yet. Actually, this isn't a bad thing for you. Dragonworm transformation can increase magic power, increase the damage of fire witchcraft, immunity from physical damage, and many other advantages. Tyrion thought to himself, a woman's dragonworm transformation can scare a man to death, but a man's dragonworm transformation can make a woman die of beauty. Would it work if the 8-clawed little devil fought against the 8 great goddesses? It seems like it's not a bad idea to be a tentacle monster that dominates less forest. Thinking of this, his manhood became as hard as iron. A wretched smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Uncle, don't smile like that. It's so ugly. Myrna's voice came from the side, waking the dwarf up from his lewd thoughts. Turning his head to look, a group of girls had already climbed out of the pool. They were carrying baskets and picking strawberries and small tomatoes in the garden that was opened up in the flower bed. Gulp. Seeing those white bodies that were full of vitality, the dwarf swallowed his saliva and began to envy the queen's happy life. Even Robert didn't seem to be so. No, the queen was his sister, not his brother. Sigh, what a pity. Grinning at his niece, he asked again, "Where's my Tessa?" The dragon queen was lying on the chair, wearing a pair of aviator glasses and looking at the sky. She didn't see his wretched expression. Tessa was requisitioned. The dwarf suddenly stood up and said in shock and anger, "Who dares to steal my dragon? You promised back then that you wouldn't give my Tessa to anyone else." When he was undercover, he scattered the Holy Knight seal in his mind. Naturally, his Dragon Knight relationship with Tessa was dissolved. "Do I have to arrange a Dragon Knight for the pterosaur I control?" Danny said calmly. It's you." The dwarf's anger dissipated like a pig with a hole in his bladder. "Where's Tessa now? Go to the outskirts of the city tomorrow and take a look." That night, the sun hung high in the garden at the top of the pyramid. Hundreds of nobles, knights, priests of the 7 gods, officials of Meereen, and celebrities were all invited to this banquet that made the officials of Slave Bay feel somewhat familiar. Indeed, this was not the first family meeting. The last time it was Lei Jiazi, the queen's nephew. This time it was the Mad King's son, the queen's illegitimate brother. It seemed to be of a higher class. Anyway, this banquet was unprecedentedly luxurious. Fresh fruits were eaten to their heart's content. Chapter 842. The dwarf was the same as Aegon back then. His gorgeous robe was embroidered with a lion representing his mother's tribe, and a 3-headed red dragon, representing his father's tribe. Just like Aegon, he was extremely handsome today. Because he was too handsome and too tall, the guests looked at the new prince with suspicious eyes as they ate the cherry and strawberry salad. Danny noticed their gazes and said, "Everyone knows him, General Wildfire Tyrion. Yes, his appearance and height have changed, but this is his original appearance. His monstrous appearance was because he was cursed by the forest witch. Blah 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 blah." The Dragon Queen adapted the story of the Frog Prince into the fascinating Dwarf Prince. She did not know if everyone believed it, but Dragon Queen told the story brilliantly. Everyone listened attentively and were satisfied. While Dragon Queen was telling the story, the dwarf also tried his best to maintain an elegant smile, as if he was really the lecherous prince who was kissed by the Red Saintess 100,000 times. The one who kissed the ugly dwarf-turned-handsome prince was not the princess, but the Red Saintess of the temple. In view of General Wildfire's outstanding contributions to Slave Bay, and because he is the only surviving male blood descendant of my late father, I bestow upon him the title of Honorary Prince Jean. In the end, Dragon Queen finally took out something useful and gave the dwarf a surprise. "Congratulations to Prince Tyrion of Jean." Dragon Queen raised her wine cup. "Congratulations to Prince Tyrion of Jean." The guests congratulated in unison. "What's up with Prince Jean?" After the opening speech, The banquet officially began. After every guest came to greet the new prince, the dwarf finally had the chance to ask the question in his heart. "You don't know about Jean Island?" Danny asked in return. "You're going to confer the title of New Guise to me?" The dwarf was excited and moved. New Guise was the transit point of the East and West Sea trade. It was the pearl of the Summer Sea and the gateway to Slave Bay. Its commercial and military value was too great. "Is there something wrong with your ears? You're Prince Jean, not New Guise." Isn't Zingi's Island a part of Jean Island?" The dwarf laughed. "I'm not Aegon the Conqueror who has a screw loose. New Guise can only belong to the royal territory. Furthermore, you're an honorary prince, so you're only entitled to the taxes of Guise Island. The people who manage the island are still officials sent by the royal family. Like you said, New Guise can't leave Guise Island." The dwarf said dejectedly, "After all this time, my prince title is a royal title." Danny sneered. "There's a prince title in the palace? There's a fief annuity? It could be passed down? As long as you're not an idiot, you should understand that I can't just give out strategic locations like Newgith and Queers." "Sigh, if Aegon the Conqueror was as meticulous as you and had the Three River Basin in your hands, the War of the Usurpers would never have happened," Tyrion said with a bitter smile. "The stupidest thing Aegon the Conqueror had done was to infect the Three River Valley to the Tully family. The richness of Hugien was second only to River Bend. However, the vassals of River Bend were all blood descendants of Green Hand Garth. It was difficult for outsiders to interfere, just like how it was difficult for the vassals outside to rule the north. Leaving the highlands to Tyrell could also be said to be a better choice out of helplessness. However, Hugien was completely different. The one who ruled over the Three River Basin was Huluin the Black, and Hugien had never had a fixed master. Huluin's reputation in the Seven Kingdoms was like Cruel Mager. Listen to his nickname, Black Heart. If Targaryen killed him, he would only gain the support of the vassals of the Three River Basin. Furthermore, there was no geographical boundary between the royal territory and Hugien. On the contrary, part of the royal territory and the entire Three River Basin was the complete Three River Basin. No one knew what Aegon the Conqueror was thinking at the time. He actually divided the Three River Basin into two, and chose the leftovers, leaving the biggest piece of meat for Tully. Count Tully. "Oh right, Guise Island hasn't been taken down yet. The Guise people on the island are openly engaging in guerrilla warfare, and are very arrogant. General Hattar of the Southern Expedition is more than ruthless, but his methods are insufficient. In 2 days, I'll arrange for you to go to New Guise to help Count Hattar take charge of government affairs. Guise Island is your fief. You can work for yourself, no problem." "It hasn't been taken down yet." The dwarf's face was distorted. "Why don't you make me Prince Pentos? It'll be closer for me to visit my family in my hometown." "To be honest, if you have the ability to deal with the various evil gods in the Free City, I really don't mind giving you Pentos," Danny said with a serious expression. "Evil gods?" The dwarf was a little confused. "Are we talking about the same Pentos? The long night is coming, and the world's upper echelons are starting to become active. Think about it with your brain. If there is a supergiant tree that is 100 meters tall in a forest, will there be a shortage of ordinary giant trees that are 50 meters tall?" Tyrion shuddered violently. The kingdom's noble class is basically a pyramid model. The king is at the top, the next level are the 7 great dukes, and then the next level are the powerful counts of the 7 kingdoms. After that, it's the mid-level counts, ordinary counts, knights. If the world's power class is also a pyramid model, if the 2 true gods, Lalo and Frostgod, are counted as kings and each king has 7 great dukes, this demigods are everywhere, he said in horror. "You're not too stupid." Danny nodded approvingly. "Just like how there are more than just Westeros with kings in the world, there are more than just Lalo and Frostgod as true gods. Other than Westeros, every trading city-state in the continent of Ursos has a god behind it. I want to go back to Westeros." Tyrion was stunned and said seriously, "Do you think Westeros are safer? I can't find a sense of belonging in Slaver's Bay." Tyrion sighed and said honestly, "All right." Danny picked up a cherry and put it in her red lips. "You can leave any time. I thought you would ask me to stay." Seeing her agree so easily, Tyrion was strangely disappointed. Danny looked at him strangely and said, I won't stay in Slaver's Bay for long myself. Why would I ask you to stay? I forgot about the deviant ghosts. The dwarf smiled awkwardly. When are you going back? The two Megalosaurus will stay on Dragonstone Island and cooperate with Barristan to form the Dawn Warriors. I won't be involved in those trivial matters anymore. After I'm done with the matters of Slaver's Bay, I'll put all my energy and time into training. With a sigh, Danny did not hide anything and explained the terrible thing between her and Lalo. After recovering from his shock, Tyrion's expression was complicated. You've grown to this extent. I'm not a normal person. On the afternoon of the second day, outside Meereen City, Prince Jean saw Tessa, whom he had not seen for many days. At the same time he saw a spectacular scene. More than 50 pterosaurs were flying in the sky, each pterosaur holding a long chain in its claws. It was a dozen meters long, a few dozen meters long, and even 300 meters long. All the chains were connected to the side of a spaceship in the sky. The ship's hull was very simple, shaped like a U. There was no bow or stern, only a huge skeleton. In other words, it was the rough prototype of a giant spaceship made from dragon bones. Hiss! A huge bump suddenly appeared on the ground covered by the charcoal fire. Then, a huge dragon worm stuck its head out and screeched in the middle of the fire. Waves of heat radiated from its body. The round dragon worm was more than 2.5 meters tall and wide, and when it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, it could swallow a giant elephant alive. Now, under the cold gaze of Megalosaurus blackie, this 30-meter-long giant creature was as obedient as an earthworm. It wriggled its body and quickly crossed the fire, climbing onto the giant spaceship that only had a skeleton. Then, more than 10 centaurs carried a huge straw mat onto the bone spaceship. They opened the mat and wrapped it around the dragon worm. Hiss! When the centaurs got off the ship, Blackie roared loudly at the group of pterosaurs resting on the ground. Original language. Lazy bums, get up and get to work. Hiss, hiss, the pterosaurs flapped their wings and slowly took off, until the chains on their claws were straightened. The dwarf also saw his Tessa. No one was controlling her, but under the roar of the Megalosaurus, she was as obedient as a little demon in front of Tywin. The 50 pterosaurs occupied different levels of space in an orderly manner, and did not interfere with each other at all. When they flapped their wings together, the bone spaceship carrying 20 tons of dragon worm swayed gently, and then slowly left the ground, quickly climbing into the sky and flying towards the mountains in the southeast. This is really a crazy and genius idea, Tyrion muttered. This is nothing, I'll show you something really crazy. 2 hours later, the dwarf followed behind the Dragon Queen's little silver horse, all the way to a large manor surrounded by brick walls in the south of Meereen City. The manor was luxurious, with a magnificent palace made of white marble, a red copper skeleton, and a large glass dome. It was enough to be the palace of any king in the world. It used to belong to the noblest king of Meereen, Sitstiller, Danny Rise's slave owner husband in the original work, and now it was the royal residence of the Dragon Queen. However, Danny did not bring the dwarf here to visit the slave owner's magnificent palace. They went to the smithy in the backyard. On the ground near the courtyard wall, Tyrion saw a strange path. Do you know what it is? Danny pointed at the 2 iron rails nailed side by side on the wooden pillow and asked. Tyrion only thought for a moment, then nodded and said, in the mines of the western region, the miners can't leave these rails, but more often than not, they are 2 grooves sunk into the ground. Danny's eyes flashed and she asked with a smile, what do you think will happen if we spread these rails all over Slave Bay? The dwarf frowned and said, it's meaningless, these rails made of fine steel are too valuable. On flat ground, the rails are not as useful as carriages. Danny gave the Unsullied a look, and the canvas in the brick house beside the smithy was lifted, revealing an extremely ugly lump of metal. It had 8 iron wheels, a steel front that looked like the head of a megalosaurus, a chimney and windows. The dwarf was baffled and shocked when he saw it. However, his shock was not because of the machine in front of him, but because, 7 gods above, that blacksmith master can actually create such a complicated, exquisite, and smooth iron carriage? In the era where forging relied on hammers, Tyrion was shocked by the exquisite forging technology of the locomotive. Dragon flame and magic can break the limits of technology, satisfying the fantasies of humans surpassing the times. Dany said with a complicated expression. Tyrion did not understand her sigh and only asked, "What's the use of wasting so much fine iron?" Chapter 843. Wuxia. When Dragon Queen threw a bottle of wildfire into the steel fireplace and lit it up, the head that she named Train suddenly spewed out thick white gas and steam. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, Dragon Queen moved the guillotine. The sound of gears grinding and twisting came from within the huge lump of metal. Then, the wheels turned and the locomotive began to accelerate slowly. 7 gods above, this iron carriage is too amazing. It can run even without a cow pulling it. It's so fast and the pulling force is so strong. The dwarf leaned against the window and felt the cold wind blowing in his face. He was so excited that he could not control himself. The tracks were built under the walls and circled around the manor. The locomotive circled around the manor. In the end, the boiler heated up and the locomotive reached its maximum speed. It was almost as fast as lightning. "How did you do it?" the dwarf asked loudly. The noise from the running train was too loud. He had to speak loudly. Dany did not explain. She only found a piece of parchment in the carriage and passed it to him. It was the side profile and the overall structure of the locomotive. 7 gods, genius, too genius. This is not magic at all. Queen, even if you don't become a magician, you will still be the smartest scholar in the history of the world. The dwarf's expression was fanatical. He looked at Dany with an unprecedented admiration. Scholars will never be able to invent such a machine because this fantasy world doesn't seem to have coal. Dany shook her head. Perhaps the mining depth was not deep enough, or the location was not found. Perhaps there was no coal at all. In any case, Dragon Queen had transmigrated for many years and had never seen coal. Otherwise, she would have occupied that place long ago. Coal? What is coal? The dwarf had never even heard of this word. It's something that burns at a high temperature and heat. Just like wildfire. Half a kilogram of wildfire can heat up 80 times more water than charcoal. The temperature of wildfire is also much higher than that of firewood. It can even melt steel in an open space. Only when the heat is high can it last. Only when the temperature is high can the steam power be sufficient. There is also the problem of ash and smoke from the firewood. After wildfire burns, there are no debris left. There is no smoke during the burning process and it will not block the ventilation pipe. Wildfire is the perfect fuel for machinery. Do you understand what I'm saying? More or less. The dwarf said reluctantly. Kacha. The wildfire was still burning, but Dany pulled down the brake to slow the train to a stop. In the dwarf's eyes, the Dragon Queen's locomotive was enormous. It was the largest and heaviest steel monster he had ever seen in his life. However, in Dany's opinion, the train was only 1.8 meters wide and 6 meters long. It was just a steam car used for experimental purposes. A bottle of wildfire would be enough for it to run around the yard for an hour or so. There was no way she would wait for it to run out of fuel and stop by itself. Actually, there is an even more powerful wildfire engine. Its design is more complicated and dangerous. Dany brought the dwarf, who was reluctant to leave the train, to the queen's forging room. Then she handed the dwarf a scroll of blueprints. Pouring wildfire directly into the cylinder? It's too scary. It'll explode. The dwarf was very smart, and after looking at it for a while, he understood the principle behind the evolution of the steam engine into the fuel engine. Do you still remember what I said when I appointed you as the wildfire general? The wildfire general is definitely a greater position than the hand of the king. If you can develop a stable and powerful wildfire, the entire world will change drastically. Before coming here, the dwarf would have scoffed. Now he only felt deep shock and awe. He was shocked by the Dragon Queen's grand goal of changing the world, as well as her genius wisdom to change the world. Being born in the same era as you is both a blessing and a misfortune. You have a high talent for magic, a megalosaurus can fight, a natural-born expert in governing a country, and you're so smart. How can a normal person live? The dwarf sighed deeply. Everyone is different. Some people are born to be princes, while others are born to be thrown into the trash heap of the slums by their parents. The next day they meet strangers. Don't compare yourself to me. If you compare yourself to me, you'll lose the meaning of living, Danny said calmly. The dwarf could not refute. He only asked, what's the use of studying trains and steam engines when the long night falls? Do you think that this place was built after the long night? The dwarf looked around. It was a very large warehouse, at least 400 square meters. The roof was half open, and a corner was filled with brick-sized metal ingots. There was gray iron, gold, silver, red copper, and so on. There was even a huge steelmaking furnace and a matching mold room built in the open-air room. There were also messy metal parts that he could not understand their purpose. In the blacksmith shop outside the warehouse, there were blacksmiths in uniform who were busy with something. Danny said, technology is a process of continuous accumulation. For example, alloys need to be tested bit by bit according to different ratios. Where do you plan to use the locomotive? Slave-based shipping is extremely developed, and it seems like there's no need for it. Or rather, it's not worth wasting so much steel. It's better to use the steam engine to replace manual labor and do some tedious and monotonous work. Tyrion pondered. In the future, maybe we can research a kind of Earth-type witchcraft. The current mining technology is too backward, and the production of steel can't be increased, which leads to the high cost of the rails, Danny said. After that, in front of the dwarf, the Dragon Queen used a pile of strange steel parts to form an iron box, the size of a carriage beside the locomotive. Then she pulled the sluice gate again, and the locomotive began to move again with a whooshing sound. However, this time the transmission shaft did not move the wheels of the train. Instead, it made the newly formed metal box hum. Then, something that made the dwarf dumbfounded happened. A large bag of wheat was poured into the port of the metal box, and from the other end, a long cloth bag surrounded the exit, and handfuls of warm flour as white as snow slid out. Smelling the sweetness of the flour and grabbing a handful to feel the smooth and tender flour, the dwarf's eyes widened. He said in disbelief and realization, so that's how it is. So this is how the steam engine changes the world. The boy called Simba was also shirtless in the middle of winter, wearing only a small pair of underpants. He stood steadily on the red dragon's back, using a brush to brush a layer of white foam on the dragon's scales. The red light from the torches on the wall fell on the child's sweat-soaked back, shining brightly and hot. "Greetings, Your Highness." Simba saw the dwarf but did not go down. He only stood on the dragon's back and performed a centaur's salute. "What are you doing?" Tyrion asked curiously. "Bathing Her Majesty's Megalosaurus." "Why bathe? Megalosaurus doesn't need to bathe," the dwarf said. "Yes. Just swim 2 laps in the sea." "Yes, it's my job," Simba said seriously. The dwarf was speechless. After a pause, he asked again, "Are you afraid of the Megalosaurus?" Simba lowered his head and glanced at Little Red. "Afraid of what?" The dwarf choked again. "Ordinary people don't dare, and can't get close to the Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus naturally emits a dragon's aura, and they don't like strangers getting close." "I'm not an ordinary person. I'm the coachman who takes care of the Megalosaurus." Tyrion grinned and waved to the boy. "Simba, come down. Let me take a good look at you." Simba did not understand, but he still slid down the wing like a slide, carrying a wooden bucket and a mop. This relaxed and casual movement made the dwarf's pupils contract. "Child, how old are you? Who are your parents?" He touched Simba's soft and thick silver hair, and a trace of suspicion gradually appeared in his eyes. "I'm 5 years old. My father is Jocko and my mother is Lilith." "Shit, you're only 5 years old. How come you're almost as tall as me?" However, he saw a little person hiding in the tunnel that connected the pyramid and the dragon cave. The female dwarf, Fan'enai, looked sadly as the pterosaur disappeared into the dark sky. "Ah, Lord Chogo." Fan'enai went from being sad to being embarrassed and at a loss of what to do. "Are you here to send Tyrion off?" Chogo broke her awkwardness with a straight face. "Yes." Fan'enai lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Chogo frowned. He didn't look for you after he came back? Fan'enai nodded gently. She no longer lived in the Great Pyramid. She came to Slaver's Bay because of Tyrion. She could live in the Great Pyramid because of her identity as the dwarf's girlfriend. Other than the dwarf, Fan'enai did not have a close relationship with Clinton and Ashera. Therefore, after the dwarf ran away to the Westeros to help Aegon conquer the world, the female dwarf consciously moved out of the Great Pyramid. It was not that she had no place to go. After coming to Slaver's Bay, relying on the dwarf's relationship, she easily got the city's household registration of Estapo and was already qualified to be allocated a house and land. Later, she joined the arts troupe and gradually became one of the pillars. Her monthly salary was not small. She had her own home in Estapo and also had staff housing in Meereen assigned by the arts troupe. She did not have to worry about food and clothing, and her life was very happy. However, after leaving the Great Pyramid, she no longer had contact with the dwarf. The last time the dwarf was injured and came to Meereen to receive the queen's treatment, Fan'enai also went to see him a few times, but the dwarf was unconscious and the two missed each other again. Why didn't you go out to see him just now? Chogo asked with a straight face. Fan'enai lowered her head and said something. Then she turned around and ran away with her short legs. Looking at her back, Xiaogu felt that it was strange. A few days later, he vaguely heard Eri mention the female dwarf. It seemed that she was married, and her husband was a burlesque actor in the arts troupe, who was also a dwarf. However, this was a story for later. Seeing the female dwarf run away, Chogo also put this small matter to the back of his mind. That's it. I suspect that he is suspicious of Simba's identity. In the queen's study, Chogo reported the dwarf's improper words and deeds to Dany. Oh, I know. Dany thought for a while and said to old Ymont beside her, perhaps he will find an excuse to ask you for the witchcraft lens. Old master, you should be careful. Old Ymont nodded and sighed. I guess that he would suspect that there is a strange sense of intimacy between Targaryens. Dany looked at the dragon crystal magic mirror leaning against the wall and smiled. No matter what he feels, he will forget it completely when he returns to the Westeros. With the current chaotic situation of the Seven Kingdoms, he might lose his life if he is not careful. Ymont heard this and said with a complicated expression, I didn't expect Stannis to be so ruthless. That is not Stannis. The real Stannis Baratheon is dead. He died in Winterfell. The person who killed his daughter and burned down the city is an evil spirit sent to the human world by Lalo. I should have burned his body immediately, Dany said regretfully. The matter at Slaver's Bay is almost finished. Do you want to return to the Westeros and ask him to restrain himself? Ymont said hesitantly. Dany's eyes gradually darkened. She tapped her finger on the table and shook her head. I want to go fishing in the Sea of Sorrows. Actually, even if we scold him for being ruthless, we have to admit that he did something that I have always wanted to do but could not do. Ymont was shocked at first, then his shock turned into worry. Don't be impulsive. Don't follow that bad example. I am sure that Stannis is finished. Even if he has the two-headed demon dragon, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not accept him. You are worrying for nothing. Do you think I am stupid to follow him? Dany rolled her eyes. Old Aemon sighed and said, to be fair, Lou Bolton and Sagunthan are indeed at fault, but their actions are not incomprehensible. It is impossible to expect everyone to face death calmly. We fought to the death with the Allied army on the battlefield, but didn't we allow the enemy soldiers to surrender to each other? Dany said disapprovingly, can you not die if you don't want to? If the night doesn't end, you will die sooner or later. If you are not afraid of death, you may be able to fight for a way out. As they were talking, the little black girl Missandei came over. Your Majesty, that Dick Tywin has been looking for me several times. How do you think I should send him away? The little black girl was not young anymore. It had been almost 5 years since they met. She had now grown into a 14-year-old girl, slender and elegant. She had helped the queen deal with government affairs all year round and had developed an intellectual and noble temperament. Tyrion did not make any arrangements? Dany asked. He is looking for Prince Tyrion, but Prince Theon said that he is Tyrion, not the fourth prince of Ko Chang. Missandei said helplessly. Aha, he is reasonable. What does looking for Lu Xun have to do with Zhou Shuren? After laughing for a while under the puzzled gazes of the others, Danny asked again, why is Dick looking for Tyrion? He is looking for his mother-in-law and wants Prince Leo to fulfill his promise to go to Volantis and bring his wife over to Ko Chang as a baron. Oh yes, and 20 elephants. That dwarf is really shameless. Whether it is Lannister or Targaryen, they must fulfill their promises and repay their debts. He probably knows about your relationship with the elephant coachman and plans to throw him to you. Old Yamant guessed. Throw him to me? Danny smiled coldly and said to Missandei, explain to Dick about the imp and Leo. When the pterosaur returns to Dragonstone Island, bring him along. Actually, you can give him a knight's domain on Jean Island. Old Yamant said embarrassedly. Danny waved her hand. That is the dwarf's promise, not mine. 2 days later on Dragonstone Island. Holy Mother! Are you really Tyrion? Princess Dorne was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. You are a completely different person. Barristan looked at the dwarf with shock and doubt in his eyes. If he had not communicated with the Dragon Queen earlier, he would have suspected that the person in front of him was fake. Your height has increased by more than half, and your face? Bronn could not help but reach out and pinch the dwarf's little face. You are not a faceless person, but you are 10,000 times scarier than a faceless person. How did you do it? You don't seem to doubt my identity. Tyrion pushed away his old partner's right hand and smiled. Your appearance can change and your height can change, but your lowly temperament and your depraved soul have not changed at all. Bronn crossed his arms and sneered. Your voice has not changed, and your heterochromatic eyes have not changed. Yelene's gaze swept down from his handsome face and finally landed on the dwarf's crotch. She gulped. Your body has become well-proportioned. Your head is no longer big and your legs are short. Tyrion met Yelene's moist eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, actually, some changes can only be felt but not seen. Ahem, Tyrion, are you a Lannister or a Targaryen now? The old crab interrupted the flirting between the couple and asked seriously, what does that have to do with anything? The dwarf's eyes flashed, but he did not answer the question directly. I don't care about your identity, but Dragonstone Island will inform the other nobles about you. You have to let them know that you have a choice. You are the son of Ares recognized by the queen. Do you understand what I mean? The old crab said meaningfully. I have to see Jaime and Sansa, Tyrion said hesitantly. Chapter 845. Another 2 days passed. Taz Island, 700 kilometers south of Dragonstone Island. Taz Castle, a luxurious and spacious bedroom. The north wind whistled outside the room, and snowflakes gently knocked against the mosaic floor-to-ceiling windows. The fireplace burned brightly inside the room. Sansa sat up with difficulty with Theon's help. She stared at the handsome man in front of the bed and asked, Are you really the Mad King's son? If she was 13 years old, she would have blushed, her heart would have raced, and her mind would have been in a daze. If she had just left King's Landing and had not been taught by Uncle Finger, she would have regretted it when she saw her ex-husband again. You should have transformed earlier. Even if you're still not as tall as my shoulder, your looks can make up for your height. Plus, you're short but not short. If she had met him before the Dragon Queen personally acknowledged Aegon as the son of the mediocre King Aegon, she would have gritted her teeth and complained that the heavens were unfair. Why did I marry a fake prince instead of a real one? Now that she saw Tyrion, the son of the Mad King, Sansa did not have the time to be infatuated with him, nor did she have the time to lament about the fickleness of fate. Her heart was filled with fear and vigilance. The dwarf had surpassed Stannis and Yuluen, and had become her biggest competitor on the road to the Iron Throne. Sensing the hostility of the pale pregnant woman on the bed, Tyrion smiled bitterly. If you can call him Ares. Even though he's crazy, I'm his son. Actually, I'd rather you scream at me like Princess Elaine and the others, and say you're so handsome or something like that. Are you flirting with me? Sansa was so angry that her lips trembled, but a strange feeling arose in her heart. I just miss the simple girl who would be infatuated with Joffrey and Loras. Facing you like that, our conversation can be less guarded and scheming." The bitter smile on Tyrion's lips, coupled with his handsome face, made him look even more charming. Sansa looked at the unfamiliar face and was stunned for a moment. She did not expect the little demon to have such a heart-wrenching smile. Her expression softened, and her tone was no longer as aggressive. "As long as you're not blind, you can tell that I'm no longer a young girl." Sansa lowered her head and stroked her belly. "Catelyn Targaryen, Catelyn Targaryen. The Maester says she will be born within the month. Do you understand? For her, I must abandon my naivety and foolishness. For her, I must guard against all possible harm. For her, I must strive for more and better things." For some reason, Tyrion knew that Sansa's words were ridiculous, but he felt that she was especially charming at that moment. Perhaps it was the radiance of motherhood? Perhaps it was the charm of a new widow? Perhaps it was a similar aura. "Stannis is mad, do you know that?" Tyrion asked out of the blue. Sansa was stunned for a moment before she said, "I know. He used his own daughter as a blood sacrifice to Lalo, and used blood sorcery to merge the demigod dragon soul, Vhagar, into a living pterosaur. That demonic dragon called Guardian of the Seven Kingdoms has two heads. One head spits out smoke and fire from hell, while the other head devours people's souls. He also slaughtered Carhold, the Dreadfort, and a number of knights in the north. He did not spare a single soul. Men, women, old and young were all burned to ashes," Tyrion said. "What are you trying to say?" Sansa asked with a frown. Tyrion said loudly, "Stannis is so powerful and crazy now. Do you still dare to fight for the Iron Throne with him? Are you worried that I will fight for it with you? Your Catelyn will be born in a month. No matter what you want to do for her, at least let her come to the human world safely." Although the world is dark and cold now, and filled with lunatics, evil gods and ghosts, as long as she is alive, she will see summer one day, right? Sansa's expression darkened. Bran had said similar things to her before. Perhaps Tyrion and Bran had good intentions, but she did not want to hear it. "Do you think I would be stupid enough to provoke Stannis?" Because of Erlu's madness, she did not dare to go to the valley anymore. She even brought her brother Rickon back from Moongate Castle with her big belly. To avoid provoking Erlu, she even took the initiative to withdraw the Golden Knights to Tarth Island. "I have already hidden on Tarth Island, and I have never thought of fighting for the Iron Throne before the end of the long night. How did I provoke him?" Tyrion sighed. "You have the heart to fight for the Iron Throne. In his eyes you are a traitor. He can kill his brother and daughter for that throne, let alone you. Don't follow in Aegon's footsteps. Did I make it very obvious? I am not doing anything right now. I just want to preserve my strength and survive the long night." Sansa had a trace of doubt on her face. The dwarf had just returned, and he already knew she had ambitions for the Iron Throne. This was not normal. Other than Illyrio and Bran, she had never revealed her ambitions to anyone else. Even if she was consolidating the power of the Golden Knights, it was not only the king who had an army. Tyrion let out a long sigh and slowly said, "Your ambitions are not obvious. They are even very hidden. Unfortunately, in the Game of Thrones you are only a newbie. You do not understand one principle. Veteran players will be wary of every character who has the ability to participate in the game, whether or not they have entered the game. During the rebellion of the Four Princes, Robb only focused on Lannister. It was as if Dorne, the Iron Islands, and High Court did not exist. They did not enter the game, but they had the ability to decide the outcome. Robb could not see this. But me, my father, Littlefinger, Varys, and the others, everyone knew what to do. So, when Robb was winning battles in Hudgien and the Western Territories, I appeased your Aunt Lyssa. I sent Myrcella to Dorne for a marriage alliance and won over Prince Mikhael. I sent Littlefinger to High Court to discuss the marriage between Joffrey and Margaery. That's right, at that time, you and Joffrey had not yet broken off the sacred betrothal. Even for the Iron Islands, we promised King Balon that if he could conquer the Northern Territories, we would make him the king of the Northern Territories and the Iron Islands. After Robb won 100 battles and turned around exhausted, he was shocked to find that the entire world was filled with his enemies. So, do you understand now? As long as you have power and status, Even if you hide your head in a mouse hole, the players of the Game of Thrones will lock onto every part of your body with nail-like gazes. As if to increase his persuasiveness, he even used his powerful gaze to sweep across the pretty widow's body. Sansa's expression changed a few times. After a while, she pulled the blanket up to cover her bulging breasts and sneered. "Do you think your sister is dead? Would she let Stannis kill all the competitors who participated in the Night Terminator bet?" "My sister?" The dwarf was stunned for a moment before he realized who she was talking about. Of course she is not dead, but she is obviously pretending to be. When Stannis blood refined the two-headed dragon and slaughtered Carhold and the Dreadfort, she did not react when she heard the news. Sansa shook her head and said, "The meaning of killing me is completely different from killing Roose Bolton. I did not break the rules. Everything is done according to the oath and the rules." "All right, I did not expect to dissuade you. But now you should understand that I will not fight with you for the Iron Throne. You do not have to treat me as an enemy." The dwarf shrugged. "You are a Targaryen, the son of Aerys," Sansa said calmly. "It is not a glorious identity. I am alone and do not have the power to fight for the Iron Throne." The dwarf smiled bitterly. Sansa's eyes flashed. "Then in this game of power, which side will you take?" The dwarf looked at her and said meaningfully, "What do you want me to choose?" Or, the two of them looked at each other for a long time. They seemed to have understood something, as if there was a tacit understanding between them, but nothing happened. It was as if they were just looking at each other. Theon frowned. What was the smell in the air? The sound of the winged dragon in the sky came into the room through the window. "Who is it?" Tyrion suddenly came back to his senses. Not long after, Brittany came to report, "Lady Sansa, Prince, Duke Stark and Count Sherworth are here." "Sherworth?" Tyrion said cautiously. "The Onion Knight is Stannis's Hand of the King. What is he doing here?" "They are in the living room. Should I help you out or call them in?" Brittany looked at Sansa and asked. "Jon?" Sansa's face was gloomy. "Let them in." Jon and Davos were not the only ones who came. There were also 4 fully armored skeleton knights. Yes, after the death of the Golden Knights, the flesh and blood on the skull would be boiled and plated with gold before being hung at the top of the flagpole. In the end, the golden skulls strung together became the symbol of the Golden Knights. Just like how Erlu's knights wore the flaming red heart cloak, the Golden Knights were used to wearing the golden skull-strung cloak. At this time, the defense of Tarth Island was basically taken over by the Golden Knights. There were skeleton knights stationed both inside and outside the castle. "Gods, are you really Tyrion?" Davos and Jon were old acquaintances of the dwarf. When they saw the one-for-meter little plum, they were shocked. "Previously, the forest witch put a curse on me. I can only recover my true appearance after being kissed by the prostitute 10,000 times. How is it? Am I legendary enough? Actually, I think I need a princess more. Only by being saved by the princess's kiss of true love can I become a bedtime story for the children. 10,000 kisses of prostitutes would be seen by old grandma as a scourge that poisons little Lord Jew and little lady, comparable to the king of strange ghosts and Stannis." The dwarf touched his face and said with a smile. Davos's pupils contracted. He said seriously, "Tyrion, His Majesty's actions may be extreme, but he follows the law and rules. You can ask Duke Stark if the decision to deal with Carhold City was made by the Ghost Resistance Committee." Tyrion was shocked. He looked at Jon, who had an unnatural expression, and said, "You dare to talk about massacring the city openly?" Jon waved his arms and explained, "We didn't massacre the city. We only decided to kill." Dafos immediately took over the conversation and said, "Kill everyone who participates in, supports, and knows about the evil god's sacrifice, right?" Jon nodded with a gloomy face. This was indeed the original decision of the Dragon Queen, himself, Stannis, and the vassals of the Northern Territory. Then Davos said, "The Dragon Queen rode a dragon and burned Carhold City once. Saigon luckily escaped and made everything public. No one in Carhold City is innocent anymore." "What about Roose Bolton?" Burning the Terror Castle and the Knight's domain in the Northern Territory was also the decision of the committee? Tyrion frowned. It was the decision of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. The king followed the old rules and gave the same punishment for the same crime. It was fair and just. What's wrong with that? Davos looked down. Tyrion was silent. Chapter 846. Harsh punishments are needed in troubled times. This concerns the safety of all humans. King Stannis is not wrong. He is brave enough to bear his responsibility. He knows that he will be misunderstood and cursed by millions, but he still made the choice that is most beneficial to the Seven Kingdoms and the war against the Dark Ghosts. Jon was speechless, the dwarf was silent, and Sansa was cold. However, Davos continued to speak. It seemed that he was not trying to convince them, but rather he was trying to convince himself. King Stannis is more responsible than the Dragon Queen. This job should have been done by her. The Onion Knight's tone was filled with anger, as if his king was taking the blame for the Dragon Queen. In the past, Tyrion would have agreed and joked, but now that he heard Davos' words, he felt that they were harsh. In terms of responsibility, I reckon that no one in the world can compare to the Dragon Queen. In order to free the slaves, she faced the world alone. Just the number of allied soldiers killed in the Battle of Meereen is many times more than the number of civilians in Carhold and the Dreadfort. In order to save the world, Yu Changya, she has been training hard every moment, all because she has taken on the responsibility of resisting the Frost God. The Frost God is a true god, the father of the king of strange ghosts. Tyrion shouted in agitation. The Frost God is being dealt with by the Light King. The Onion Knight was uncertain and even doubtful. The Light King gave up long ago. Tyrion mocked. Davos frowned and said, I don't know about the affairs of the gods, so I can't express my opinion. I didn't come here today to discuss the secrets of the true gods. He turned to Jon and said, Do you want to say it or should I? Say what? Sansa looked at the two of them warily. Jon, Rickon is still in Winterfell. Why are you here? Bran has returned to Winterfell. With him Rickon is safe. Jon first comforted his sister, then said with a complicated expression, The Ironhide has temporarily stopped providing aid to Stannis, but the King's Landing still hasn't been taken. Tyrion thought of something and asked, Should we suspend the gold or the food and material aid? They stopped. Davos sighed. After understanding the process and outcome of the Battle of Winterfell, the Iron Gold Warehouse changed their attitude and told us that the Eternal Night is coming. They won't allow supplies to flow out. So you guys have your eyes on me? The veins on the back of Sansa's hands bulged, and her fingers almost broke the blanket. There seemed to be a cold flame burning in her eyes. Davos blushed and said awkwardly, His Majesty Stannis will compensate you after we take down King's Landing. Besides 500,000 starving civilians, what can he get from King's Landing? Sansa sneered. Davos' old face was filled with pain and helplessness. Not only 500,000, but a large number of refugees from Hujien and the King's Dominion have flooded into King's Landing. Now the streets and the city walls are filled with starving tents. In addition, the sky is dark, so the Winged Dragon Legion doesn't dare to use kerosene bombs to attack the city. As the Hand of the King, it's my duty to take care of the country for the king. But now, I don't even dare to take down King's Landing. I don't know how to feed those people. The Onion Knight's eyes turned red, and his voice was choked with sobs. Sansa sighed and softened her attitude towards the old man. I do have a batch of food on Tez Island, but there's more food in the valley. Why are you looking for me? Not only you. Seagull Town also has a batch of food being loaded onto a ship, Davos said. Transporting food from Taz Island to King's Landing isn't any closer than Seagull Town, Sansa said. The valley alone can't support King's Landing. Also, whether you are willing to provide food for His Majesty Stannis is also an attitude. Lady Sansa, you have caused quite a commotion in Wind's End Castle and Tez Island. Do you understand what I'm saying? Davos looked at the pregnant woman on the bed with a deep gaze. Sansa clenched her fists even tighter. If I refuse, will Stannis let his two-headed monster burn me to death? Davos shook his head and said bitterly, You are different from Roose Bolton and the others. His Majesty Stannis won't kill people for no reason. You can refuse, but you have to leave the Westeros with the Golden Group. Don't forget, according to the previous agreement, you have been exiled. I feel ashamed for you. Sansa sneered. I didn't break the agreement at all, but you still remember your promise to me? If Aegon didn't expose his identity, Davos had no choice but to shut his mouth after explaining. The mockery in the woman's eyes was like a knife that cut through his armor of lies and stabbed into his tormented heart. He missed the determined young man who cut off 4 of his left fingers and said, "Deeds can't make up for crimes. Those who are guilty will be punished." He was so young, so brave, so righteous. That year it was so far away. Lady Sansa, I can swear to the Holy Mother that I have absolute goodwill towards you. A sigh made the wrinkles on his face that had been carved by the passage of time even deeper. Before Sansa could say anything, Tyrion took a step forward and whispered into her ear, "Don't do anything about this. I'll take care of it." "You?" Sansa glanced at him and said calmly, "Who are you to take care of me? Aegon is the hand of the king. He didn't revoke my position before he died, did he?" Tyrion smiled bitterly. Sansa looked down to hide the joy of victory in her eyes. She loosened her grip on the quilt and said softly, "I'm tired. You can talk outside." Jon looked back and forth between the dwarf and his sister with an awkward expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. Tyrion gave Davos a look and they left Sansa's bedroom together. In the living room by the warm fireplace, the 3 men opened a bottle of red wine and talked about the terms as they drank. "Count Cyworth, even the king doesn't have the right to take a vassal's property, right?" Tyrion said. "It's not taking, it's borrowing. After we take down King's Landing, we can repay it with property," Davos emphasized. Tyrion waved his hand and said with a smile, "Sir, I promise you that after we take down King's Landing, you won't find a single copper coin in the Red Keep. On the other hand, in my sister's bedside table, you can find a stack of IOU with a piece of ass-wiping paper. We won't let Riverbend and Casterly Rock go. His Majesty Stannis is the king of the 7 kingdoms, not the king of King's Landing," Davos said meaningfully. "Sir, have you forgotten what time it is? Or did you not participate in the Battle of Winterfell and have no idea what a million ghouls are?" Tyrion turned his gaze to Dan. "I heard that Winterfell is sealed in an ice mountain 2,000 meters high. Isn't it magnificent? Isn't it beautiful?" Dan shrugged and cooperated with the dwarf. "It's beautiful and magnificent. The Dragon Queen even called it the 10th wonder of the world. Sir Davos, you should go and take a look." Tyrion turned his eyes back. "That's the result of a Frost God's forbidden spell. The Frost God wouldn't cast a forbidden spell only once." Davos was silent. "The 7 kingdoms are in danger, and the humans are on the verge of extinction. You still want to fight among yourselves? What will happen after you burn Casterly Rock and High Court? Abandon the western region and Riverbend and the 1 million civilians? Just for an iron chair?" Tyrion questioned. Davos said hesitantly, "If you consider the big picture and cooperate, they won't cooperate." Tyrion interrupted the Onion Knight. "First of all, you Luwin and Cersei won't consider the big picture. Second, your king doesn't have the right to make them consider the big picture." Davos's expression darkened. He said calmly, "Then can we still talk?" "Talk, of course we have to talk. Aren't we bargaining now?" Tyrion laughed. "What's your price?" Davos asked. "The King's Landing doesn't have money. Even if it did, it would have been used to buy food on the other side of the narrow sea. Besides, we don't need money." Tyrion leaned forward and approached Davos. He whispered, "I won't play games with you. I don't like Stannis. But if he continues to be strong and even ends the long night, pledging allegiance to him is the best choice. On behalf of Sansa, I can agree to provide you with at least 100,000 tons of food, but you have to give the orphan and widow an equal return." "What's the reward?" Davos' complexion looked better now that he had completed his objective. "The title of Duke." Tyrion said word by word. "The promise to Aegon's son, Duke of Hellenberg, is still valid," Davos said immediately. "No, I'm talking about the 7 dukes," Tyrion said in a low voice. Are you crazy?" Davos' eyes widened. Jon couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Tyrion of High Court and Aeron of Valley have lost their heirs," Tyrion reminded. Davos frowned. "Robert Aeron is ill, but he still has an heir. There's still Marjorie Tyrion of High Court. She's still locked in the Virgin Quarters. She shouldn't be dead yet. Riverbend only recognizes Green Hand, Garth's bloodline. Valley also has the Righteous Alliance to defend House Aaron's sovereignty. It's difficult. There's no rush. You can go back and discuss it with Stannis when we make our demands. Find me at Dragonstone Island if you need anything. Don't come to Taz Island to disturb pregnant women waiting to give birth, the dwarf said. What's your relationship with Lady Sansa now? Davos couldn't help but ask. Can't a widow remarry? We were husband and wife before. Tyrion smiled. As soon as Davos left, Jon grabbed the dwarf and asked, What do you mean? Do you want to remarry Sansa? Tyrion smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't you know what Sansa is thinking? She wants the Iron Throne, and I can continue to be Aegon's Hand of the King. If I say to Stannis directly, hey, I'm Queen Sansa's Hand of the King, and I'm carrying out the plan of if I don't become king, I'll wait for you to die. What would he think? What would he do? If I don't become king, I'll wait for you to die. Jon muttered in a low voice. He looked thoughtful. When they returned to the bedroom, Tyrion told Sansa everything that had happened. He didn't even leave out the part about remarrying. If Stannis can sit on the Iron Throne, it's worth it to exchange food for a kingdom. If he can't sit on the Iron Throne and dies in defeat, we won't lose much. No loss? Do you know what 100,000 tons of food means now that night has fallen? Sansa said angrily, spending money to buy comfort. Your power isn't enough to protect your wealth. Don't you understand that? Tyrion's eyes flashed. He said confidently, moreover, even if Stannis fails in the end and can't fulfill the promise of a kingdom, the food won't go to waste. Finally, he asked hesitantly, You're still young. Have you ever thought of remarrying? Chapter 847. To reach Meereen from the Summer Sea, one had to pass through 3 seas. The Summer Sea near the equator, the Gulf of Sorrows between the Land of Long Summer and the Gith continent, and the Slave Bay that connected to the Gulf of Sorrows through the Maiden of Freedom Strait. From the day the sun broke, Dragon Queen's agricultural production was suspended. The wheat, corn, and rice that had not been filled with milk were all harvested, dried in the wind, and turned into animal feed. With the Great Leap Forward stopped, the 1 million people in Slave Bay stopped working. It was clear that any efficient and rational government would not allow their people to do nothing. It was a waste of labor, and was not conducive to maintaining public order and management. Dany understood this point, so she immediately arranged a new job for them, all fishermen. When she had just taken over Astapor, Dany had built a few salt pans by the sea. In recent years, Slave Bay's snowflake salt was also a popular export product. Because of this, Slave Bay did not lack salt. This provided a good foundation for the salted fish industry. When Dragon Queen went to the Westeros to fight deviant ghosts, Little Gold, who had stayed in Slave Bay, went to the sea every day, leading a few pterosaurs to drive the fish in Slave Bay to the shore. This was just the coastal fishing. There was an even larger deep-sea fishing. After all, Little Gold alone could not have more than 1 million people around him. As the starting point of the slave trade, Slave Bay originally had more than 1,000 ships of various sizes. In these years of continuous battles, the New Gith Alliance and the Allied army had sent more than 1,000 ships, adding up to more than 2,000 merchant ships and warships. Originally, most of these ships would be sold at the docks at a low price, or their decks would be dismantled for firewood. Now that the long night had come, Dany used them to form an unprecedented superfishing team. There were hundreds of thousands of people in Slave Bay participating in this large-scale production, fishing, killing, and pickling. 99% of them worked in Slave Bay, where there were few storms. Some small sampans with less than 10 crew members even set out early and returned late, treating sea fishing as river fishing. Oh, there were also fishing boats up and down the Black Dragon River and White Dragon River. Dragon Queen also arranged for a group of old people and children to dig for eels, shells, and screws in the paddy fields, ditches, and riversides. A day's work might not yield much, but the people could not be idle. If they were idle, it would be easy to cause trouble. Of course, what could truly bring Slave Bay a huge harvest was the Grief Bay and even the summer sea's deep-sea fishing. The Bay of Sorrows was 80 kilometers away from the Smoke Sea. A small sun hung on the surface of the sea, and Princess Elia seemed to be covered with a layer of golden-red gauze. On the bridge, Gisela opened her eyes and sat up from the reclining chair. She pointed in the direction of the sea and said to Blackbeard Groll, who was looking over, mackerel, medium-sized, about 2 kilometers. Blackbeard Groll immediately ordered the sailor under the bridge, Cure, turn the rudder 27 degrees to the left. Suarez, cast the net. Jimmy, send the signal mackerel medium scale 2 kilometers ahead. Prepare to surround them. Yes, Captain. Half an hour later, Suarez, who was controlling the trawl, shouted excitedly, 7 gods bless us. This is a mature group of mackerel. The average age is at least 4 years old. Blackbeard Groll was delighted when he heard that. He ran down the wooden ladder and came to the side of the ship. As expected, as the fishing net pulled, mackerel leaped out of the dark sea like silver shuttles. They were about half a meter long. He picked up the binoculars on his chest and observed the 20 or so ships on the surface of the sea. They seem to have gained a lot. We've gained at least 200 tons of fish this time. Groll sighed in satisfaction. Who knows, there might be whales behind the mackerel. Then the harvest will be even greater. Suarez smiled, revealing 2 huge front teeth. The small sun in the sky seemed to have heard their words and said loudly, I'm tired. I want to rest. Lord Pear, hold on a little longer. The fish were attracted by the sun. Maybe there really are whales coming. A whale is worth a few days of our hard work. Groll quickly comforted. The small sun lowered its altitude and scattered light and heat into the sea. It shouted, it's so cold. I want to go to the west. It's warm there. We can't go any further west. The west is the Smoke Sea. There are reefs and demons, Groll said. I'll go there myself after work. The small sun said and fell silent. Captain, did you notice that Lord Pear's color has become much lighter compared to half a month ago? Suarez whispered into Blackbeard's ear. Groll stared at Pear for a while and nodded. It's not as red as before. Lord Pear has been attracting fish for us in the day and flashing at night, acting as a lighthouse to guide the fleet. Is it too tiring and sick? Suarez asked worriedly. I don't know about that. Groll thought for a while and shouted at the small sun. Lord Pear, are you sick? Pear could not be bothered with him. You're probably sick. Suarez sighed. Groll looked back at the captain's room and said, I'll ask Her Majesty later. Another half an hour passed before the heavy fishing net was pulled up to the deck. Immediately, a group of sailors came over with baskets. They formed a circle and sat on small stools with a huge wooden chopping board in front of them. They slapped the fish's head with the back of the knife and knocked it out. They picked it up and placed it on the chopping board. With 2 slashes, the fish's head and tail were chopped off. They reached into the fish's stomach and pulled out the innards. The middle section of the fish was thrown into the bamboo basket and knocked out the next fish. When the half-meter-tall bamboo basket was piled flat, a sailor immediately came over to change the basket. They carried the basket containing the fish to a pool surrounded by wooden planks at the bow of the ship. They poured out the fish and scattered a handful of white salt on it. At night, someone would carry a huge clay jar as tall as a person over. They would pick up the fish, divide it into 2 pieces, rub coarse salt and put it into the jar. The jar was filled, sealed, and carried into the cabin. In fact, the fish's head, tail, and even the fish's innards were not thrown away. They were all placed in the jar. The fish's head and tail were sprinkled with a thin layer of salt. They were dried and used as livestock feed when they returned, and the innards were used to make dung. While the sailors were salting the fish, Groll personally went to the kitchen to bring a tray to the captain's room. Your Majesty, it's time for dinner. Ji-Chi stepped forward to receive the tray and removed the lid. It was a steaming hot pot with chili oil. There were prawn balls the size of a child's fist, lumps of golden fish roe, green kelp slices and milky white cuttlefish fillets inside. It was filled to the brim with a rich aroma. The main dish was a few pieces of burnt yellow baguettes. Let's eat together. Danny first scooped up a bowl of seafood stew with a spoon. She tore the bread into pieces and soaked them in the bowl until they were soft. Grohl thanked her and scooped a bowl for himself. Ji-Chi took out 3 glasses and poured wine for the queen and the admiral. Then she sat down next to the queen and scooped soup for herself. Whoosh, a line of fire flew into the room through the gap in the window and turned into a big crow. Mother Goddess, I want to go to the Sea of Smoke in the west to recharge, Yali said. You're not a battery. Why recharge? Turn into a big crow and sleep. You'll be full of energy the next day, Danny laughed. Hey, I like places with fire. Then sleep in the furnace, Danny said. The big crow nodded and sighed. I've slept in a charcoal furnace before, but the charcoal fire was not as tasty as the fire in the west. This time Danny was interested. The Sea of Smoke is only a few dozen kilometers away. You can feel it? It seems like the fire in the west makes me feel comfortable. The fire in the Sea of Smoke came from underground. It was a 4th-level earth fire, so of course it was more tasty than a 1st-level fire. If possible, the best place for the fire elves to rest would be volcanic magma. If they absorbed the earth fire for a long time, maybe they could evolve into Lalo? Go. Remember, don't go too deep into the Sea of Smoke, Danny said. After Yali cheered and left, Grohl said, Yali's fire is not as red as it was a few days ago. Is it sick? Then, do you feel that the light on its body is dimming? Danny asked with a smile. Grohl thought carefully and said in surprise, not only is it not dimming, it seems to be brighter than before. Yali is turning from a fireball into a ball of light, Danny said. Isn't a fireball a ball of light? Grohl looked confused. Is it brighter under the sun or by the fireplace? Danny asked. Of course it's brighter with the sun. Then is it hotter under the sun or by the fireplace? Danny asked again. Fireplace. Grohl frowned. He was touched, but he still couldn't figure it out. Just think of it as Yali growing from the fireplace to the sun. Danny shrugged and didn't explain further. If Blackbeard was an extraordinaire, she could explain it clearly in one sentence. In the recent days of cultivation, she had comprehended her own Song of Light. Because she didn't have a light attribute meditation method, Danny didn't think that the Lady of Light's destiny could immediately bring her benefits other than the growth of her spirit. In fact, she didn't deliberately comprehend Song of Light. The appearance of Song of Light was a pure surprise, or rather, a shock. Danny was frightened. Ever since Little Gold entered the space inside the Great Wall that she named the world's origin, every time she cultivated, she would be in the state of Song of Wind with the little golden dragon spirit. Just like when the world was born, in the world's origin, all kinds of songs Danny, making cultivation twice the result with half the effort. At that time she was listening to the Song of Fire sung by the world. Just as she was comprehending something, the 9-colored meditation vortex in her sea of consciousness suddenly expanded. Her meditation foundation didn't really expand, but from the root, it emitted a brilliant platinum light. The white light formed an even larger vortex shadow outside the 9-colored vortex. It was like 2 vortexes superimposed on each other. The inner vortex was a 9-colored entity rotating counterclockwise, while the outer vortex was a golden entity rotating clockwise. Danny was bewildered as she sank her consciousness into the newly formed golden vortex. Then, she blankly discovered that she had an additional 36% completion rate of Song of Light. In other words, Lalo, like the sheep egg, began to lose the Song of Law, and lost nearly 40% of Song of Light at once. Perhaps that unlucky guy who was sitting at home, but disaster fell from the sky, had already lost the status of a true god. She was ecstatic, but she didn't understand why. Until she noticed that because of burning hundreds of fire crows, her Song of Fire had also increased to 36%. She seemed to have understood something. After studying for a few more days, she understood how Lalo maintained Song of Light without disappearing when the sun was extinguished. When the world was just born from the first flame, it was dark. There was no sun, and naturally there was no Song of Light. When the first sun appeared, Song of Light also appeared. But what was the essence of the sun? Fire. Chapter 848. No matter what the Son of Otherworlds was, in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, It was a fire that was higher than the earth fire and lower than the first fire. The transformation of the embers of the first fire. The so-called Song of Light was just another singing method of the Song of Fire. In other words, the Song of Light was the chorus of the Song of Fire. However, in order to really sing this chorus, one had to have a special talent. The former controllers of the Song of Fire, Sheepegg and Lalo, didn't have the talent to sing the Song of Light. At the beginning of the world's birth, the Song of Law was open to all living beings without any concealment, and all living beings heard it. However, only those with the corresponding destiny could sing the corresponding Song of Law. Just like the great painter Qi Baishi and the great scientist Elder Yang, they were both holy spirits with destiny. They were born together between heaven and earth, and the Song of Law was freely open to them. However, Qi Baishi sang the Song of Painting, while Elder Yang sang the Song of Physics. Even if Qi Baishi had destiny, once he took the wrong path, such as studying physics, he would never be able to achieve his achievements in the world of art and literature. It was the same for Elder Yang. The destiny of the Lady of Light was similar to Qi Baishi's destiny of painting. With the destiny of the Lady of Light, one could naturally comprehend the law of light without relying on the sun. Well, Lalo could master the Song of Light only because the sun of this era was forged with the embers of the first fire that he collected. And every time the sun was summoned, a god who mastered the Song of Light would be born in the newborn sun. For example, before the last long night, the Lady of Light who created the Kingdom of Dawn, the predecessor of the barren golden celestial dynasty, in the long mythological era. The Lady of Light was born in the sun and naturally mastered the Song of Light. But whether it was her Song of Light or Lalo's Song of Light, they were all exactly the same. They were carved from the same mold, the sun forge furnace. From the beginning of creation to the end of the first era of humans, all the songs of light came from the dark demon who burned himself and brought light to the world. The sons of later generations were all produced by his sun forge furnace. However, in different eras, the factory director and workers of the sun forge factory were different. If the sun disappeared, the Song of Light that lived and died with the sun would also dissipate. The world will had a special characteristic. As long as the Song of Law disappeared, it would provide the mandate of heaven, allowing the creatures in the world to complete the law. Just like when the world was facing a great calamity, the will of the world would bestow the mandate of heaven to a certain person. This was the self-protection mechanism of the world. In the previous mythological era, the Lady of Light and the Night Lion got together and gave birth to the Son of God, the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor established the most glorious empire in the world at that time, the Dawn Kingdom. How awesome was the Celestial the Arch! During the Dawn Kingdom, there was no such thing as the centaurs and zebra people. Now, the zebra people's grassland and the centaurs' goddess mountain were all the Sky Emperor's territories. It was unknown how long the Celestial Emperor had lived, but he had ruled the Dawn heavenly nation for no less than 10,000 years. The first era of the human race was only 8,000 years old. Such a powerful Celestial Emperor, one could imagine the power of his parents. The Lady of Light at that time was far from what Lalo could compare to now. Even when the long night fell and she died, her son persisted for more than 10 years. Even though the sun eventually broke, the process of breaking took more than half a year, but Lalo's sun only lasted for half an hour. This difference. Why was the Lady of Light so powerful? There was another god to be wary of here, the Night Lion. Who was the Night Lion? Excluding the uncivilized Sosros, the world could be divided into 3 continents. From west to east, they were the Westeros, Ursos, and the eastern part of the Jade Sea. Who was the god of death recognized by the Westeros? The stranger. What about the continent of Ursos? There were many faiths in Ursos. Every city and class had a different god of death. For example, the Weeping Woman, the god of poison and death; the poor believed in the Hooded Walker; the sailors believed in the Pale Moon Shoe; the soldiers believed in the Pale Child, the Black Goat of Kohor. There were more gods with the divinity of death that were known to exist, but their names and appearances were not revealed. For example, the god of secrets that the bearded monk of Novos believed in. The god of secrets was not the name of the god, but other than the bearded monk, even the natives of Novos did not know who the god they worshipped was or what he looked like. This was a closed church that did not spread its faith to the outside world. Another example was the Dragon Queen Shangguan Wan the the Black Lady Missandei. She could actually be considered a citizen of Sosros. Her hometown, Nos Island, was located near the summer sea of Sosros. There was also a god on Nos Island, a real god, the god of harmony, P.S. The god of harmony was also in charge of the death of the people of Nos. Similarly, he did not spread his faith to the outside world. The entire faith system was closed within Nos Island. It could be seen that there were many gods of death in the continent of Ursos. And in the eastern part of the Jade Sea, where the mainland was barren, the night lion was recognized as the god of death. The night lion in the east was like the stranger in the Westeros. All the above gods, except for the stranger, were real, and they often displayed miracles in front of their believers. From this, it could be seen how powerful the night lion was. In fact, the night lion with the head of a lion and the body of a human was older than Lalo, the door god, and the mother goddess of the Lone River. He had existed since the beginning of the Dark Age. Perhaps the night lion had even witnessed the birth of the first sun. The union of the Lady of Light and the night lion was not just because of love and lust. At their level, only the Tao was real. Only the improvement of cultivation could be counted as a real benefit. The Lady of Light was light, and the night lion was darkness. Light and darkness, day and night, life and death. Wasn't this a pirated version of the Song of Ice and Fire? That's right, the Lady of Light and the Night Lion were purposefully performing the Song of Ice and Fire. Light was a derivative of fire, and darkness was a derivative of ice. They were not the real creation of fire and death of ice. It was like a country stage, where Michael Jackson of Watermelon Village and Madonna of Dongua Town were performing together. Even the monkey version of the Song of Ice and Fire had amazing effects. In the mythological era, there were so many gods who created the god kingdoms on earth, but only the Dawn Kingdom of the Celestial Emperor was the most powerful and dazzling. Even today, the world only remembered the Dawn Kingdom. The other god kingdoms only left behind a few words that were difficult to distinguish whether they were true or false. Tens of thousands of years later, in the Golden Dynasty, there were still detailed records of the Dawn Kingdom's emperors. How terrifying was this inheritance? Inheritance was meaningless to the gods. It was only about the improvement of power and the comprehension of laws. The child of the Lady of Light and the Night Lion, the Celestial Emperor, had the power of light and darkness in his bloodline. It was almost the crystallization of the Song of Ice and Fire. The Celestial Emperor and his descendants were like the fire elf in Dany's hands and Tyrion on the experiment table. They were both the process of research and the results of research. In this process, the Lady of Light and the Night Lion had obtained great research results. After playing the pirated Song of Ice and Fire together for tens of thousands of years, the Lady of Light had gotten rid of the original mold of the Song of Light. She began to change the template of the Song of Light, and sang the Song of Light that belonged to her alone. The Lady of Light's destiny was born and recorded by the will of the world. If the Song of Light disappeared the next time, the will of the world could copy the Lady of Light's destiny to the holy spirits in the world. If it weren't for the long night last time and the betrayal of the Night Lion, the Lady of Light would have had a high chance of comprehending the Song of Fire from the Song of Light. Lalo felt threatened, but there was nothing he could do. The will of the world liked the new and disliked the old. This feeling of helplessness was also the source of all his subsequent actions. He no longer stayed at home to practice. He didn't allow the next generation of the Lady of Light to be born. He had to learn from the Lady of Light and the Night Lion. However, Lalo didn't find a wife. The betrayal of the Night Lion had caused the Lady of Light to fail more than once. Even in the Westeros, there were two true gods who ruined the couple's business. There was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Lalo only believed in himself and had the ability to rely on himself. Lalo, the god of fire, sang the Song of Fire. Lalo, the shadow demon, comprehended the death of ice. Touch, touch. The only thing was that his Song of Fire was too primitive and low-level. The divinity of death and darkness was far inferior to that of the Night Lion. It was even further away from the Song of Law. He needed to improve the Song of Fire. He also wanted to defeat the god of Frost. If he took away the god of Frost's Song of Ice and Darkness, to what extent would he grow? So, he started to cause trouble and actively participated in human affairs to save the world. In the meantime, Lalo discovered a secret. The The will of the world seemed to have begun to learn from the Lady of Light and the Night Lion. The saviors Yasuo, Yahai and Nisa were also a combination of two opposing destinies. Darkness and light, cold and warm, love and hate. This is an opportunity given to me by God. Lalo thought excitedly. He took away the fake destinies of ice and fire of Yasuo, Yahai and Nisa. The destinies of darkness, shadow and death were integrated into his body. The destinies of the Lady of Light were useless to him and became a battery for the messenger of light. Lalo didn't have the talent to sing the song of light. He didn't need the destinies of the Lady of Light because the destinies of the Lady of Light were to comprehend the song of light. What Lalo needed was the song of ice and fire, not the fake song of light and darkness. He already had the authentic song of fire, so why would he care about the fake one? Moreover, the fake one was not a ready-made product. Even if he integrated the destinies of the Lady of Light, he still needed to comprehend the song of light himself. If he really had the talent, why would he waste time here? He also wanted to learn from the door god. Sitting at home, enjoying the wind and listening to the song, he could sublimate the song of wind to the extreme, and even comprehend the second song unintentionally. Before the Lady of Light and the Night Lion appeared, Lalo learned from the door god and practiced hard at home. Lalo was very diligent and motivated. He was also good at learning the learning methods of a top student. Lalo, who had been working hard, also received rewards. He gained a lot during the first long night. As soon as the first long night ended, he began to plan for the second long night, the authentic song of ice and fire destinies of Danny and John. If he succeeded again, there was a great chance that he could improve the song of fire to an incredible level. He could even sing the song of ice and fire alone and become the king of gods, completely ending the fate of the world's fall. Unfortunately, Danny had transmigrated. The messenger of light, who had helped him to seize the destinies of the savior, had also become a fatal flaw that knocked him off the throne. The destinies of the Lady of Light sealed inside had not completely disappeared. In theory, the loss of the messenger of light's power meant that the destinies of the Lady of Light had been exhausted. It was like a phone that was not broken but the screen was not bright. It must be because the battery was out. The ruthless Lalo couldn't understand the feelings between Yasuo, Ahai and Nissa. Nissa's soul core went to reincarnate, and Yasuo and Ahai took her place. Then the savior removed the battery, and kept the last mark of his wife to accompany him forever. Until the reincarnation of Nissa came and took away what belonged to her again. Chapter 849. John has his own destiny, but he's also the reincarnation of Yasuo and Yahai. That's why he's able to fuse with Yasuo and Yahai's destiny without any rejection, allowing himself to be completed. Danny Rise also has her own destiny, but she's also the reincarnation of Nissa. That's why she's able to fuse with Nissa's destiny as the Lady of Light without any rejection, allowing herself to she's already very complete. This is just icing on the cake. After John obtained the destiny as the savior, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just a few months he surpassed Kuei and rose from the number 1 youth in the Western continent to the number 1 youth in the world. I wonder how Kuei feels after being overtaken by the two bugs, Dragon Queen and John. After Danny obtained Nissa's destiny, her realm also increased rapidly, but she's a little crooked. Her main job, Song of Fire, didn't increase her growth speed by much. Instead, she gained a side job, Song of Light. She's now the Lady of Light of the 7 gods. With another heavy burden on her shoulders, Dragon Queen could only grit her teeth and persevere. At the very least, Lalo has fallen from the level of a true god. Who knows where he's still howling in pain? At the very least, she grasped the ability to convert light and fire, gradually allowing the fire spirit to evolve into a true small sun. Recently, the cultivators of the 7 nations gradually realized that the low-level holy light technique was brighter than before. The milky white flames turned into a transparent golden light that resembled sunlight. Compared to the white light of the holy healing technique, the brilliant sun dealt more damage to the deviant ghosts. Huff, 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 huff. At night, the storm on the ocean suddenly became intense. Princess Elia shook violently as well. Plopped ouch in the captain's room where Dragon Queen was. Jichi rolled down from the bed like a pillar placed on a slope. Her chubby body smashed onto the floor like porcelain. Chia flame flew out from Danny's palm and formed a bright red fireball the size of an egg in midair. In an instant 99% of the heat radiation from the fireball was converted into light. The room instantly became as bright as day. The wind is blowing again? The centaur maid was dazzled by the white light, her left hand shielding her eyebrows, her right hand rubbing the 2 lumps on her chest. Sigh, it's really hard to make a living on the sea. Every day there are violent and sudden storms. If we're not careful, the ship will be destroyed and people will die. Getting lost and leaving the team is a common thing. Jichi sighed. Actually, you have the talent to be a sailor. Even though you've been tormenting yourself every day, you're still able to fall asleep as soon as you're in bed. Ely only stayed for 1 day and couldn't endure it anymore, Danny said with a smile. Hey, I was the same as Ely, afraid of seasickness. But I listened to Chui Luo and drank Big Black's dragon essence every day. My body was strong and I didn't get sick, nor was I afraid of seasickness. When the sun was still up, I would often drive a yacht to Slave Bay to swim. Jichi smiled proudly. Danny smiled oddly and said, I plan to build an armored dreadnought. Do you want to be the captain? I will make you an admiral. Dreadnought? Jichi thought for a moment and said in surprise, Calixi, are you talking about a steam-powered ironclad? That's a huge project. Do you have time to build it now? When the time comes, I'll leave a spiritual projection in Astapor and multitask, Danny said. If I'm an admiral, do I have to fish at sea every day? Jichi said in a dilemma. The ironclad's ability to withstand waves is strong. Prime Minister Turtle and I can't always follow the fishing fleet. Now we're building a hunting base on Hell's Gate Island. If we use the ironclad to transport resources, not only will it be faster, it will also be safer, Danny said. But I want to follow you. I want to be your maid. Jichi shook her head. No ambition. You don't want to be an admiral. You want to be a maid. Queen, your majesty. The wind howled outside the wooden house. Blackbeard Grohl's voice could be heard from time to time. At this moment, someone began to call for Dragon Queen. Jichi, go out and take a look. There's no need for me to appear in this storm. Did something else happen? Danny didn't move. The narrow wooden bed in the captain's room was given to Jichi to use. Dragon Queen sat cross-legged and floated 2 feet above the ground. A circle of light green wind surrounded her body. She held a fireball in each hand. In the center of the fireball, there was a flickering shadow of a struggling fire crow. At this moment, even without the fire ladder technique, she could still float in the air. As she opened her eyes, Jichi saw that the queen's big purple eyes were filled with green. The moment they looked at each other, the centaur maid was in a daze. It was as if she was in a boundless space. There were countless tornadoes around her. It was like an ocean of wind. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and go out. The queen's voice woke her up. Calixi, I see a lot of wind in your eyes. Are you cultivating wind witchcraft? Jichi asked curiously as she put on a fur coat. The green in Danny's eyes disappeared. She stared at the maid's voluptuous body wrapped in the fur coat. Jichi, maybe after a few years, you'll be able to light up the glass candle. Why? I tried before. I couldn't light it up. Jichi was puzzled. If you stand under the sun every day, even a Quill's milkman will turn black. If you're exposed to the high-energy magic radiation emitted from my body for a long time, you'll also have a positive mutation, Danny said. She was a true demigod. She also understood many laws. Wherever she went, the elements around her would naturally become active. A pig born in the celestial world, even if it didn't cultivate, would definitely not be an ordinary creature. Jichi saw the wind of a world through her eyes. She even used her spiritual energy to enter it unconsciously. This was not something a mortal could do. It was also not something a normal person could come across. Captain Growlithe, today's storm is much weaker than the previous ones. There's no need to call the queen, right? Jichi carried the lantern and braved the wind and snow to walk to the bridge. In a moment her long black hair was covered in snow. Her plump cheeks were cut by the wind blades. Growlithe had a rope tied around his waist. He stood on the deck and steered the ship. He turned around and shouted at the centaur maid, "The Yimont and Clinton are missing. I don't know if they're lost or left behind. If it's possible, please ask the queen to disperse the storm and ignite the sun." In a moment, the dragon queen in a cloak came to the bridge. She jumped and disappeared into the violent dark storm. She was like a wind spirit. She blended into the wind and controlled the wind around her. There was no fire on her body. She only relied on the power of the wind to rise quickly. She flew 1,000 meters above the sea. Dani opened her arms and raised her head. Her slender legs were straight and close. She was like a human radar. She received countless information in the wind. Based on the information, a four-dimensional picture of the flow of the atmosphere gradually formed in her mind. The third dimension was the physical state. The fourth dimension was the distribution of wind elemental energy. One green light flickered in her eyes. Her consciousness connected to the wind of a world. In the next moment, a tornado appeared in the boundless space. The storm that was troubling the fishing fleet at Slave Bay was like a specimen. It was recorded in the wind of a world. This was the process of the door god collecting all kinds of wind. Dani fulfilled her promise to the door god. "I'll collect interesting wind for you from now on." While recording the wind in the real world, Dani also looked for similar wind in the wind of a world. Through comparison, she knew how to consume the least amount of wind power so that the storm on the ocean would no longer cause trouble for the fleet. Gradually, the green light in her eyes spread throughout her body. The storm within a radius of 50 miles began to change under her guidance. In the sky, the wind continued to howl. However, on the surface of the ocean, the storm changed from a menopausal wife who saw her husband take out a loan to become an internet celebrity to a shy young girl who happened to have a crush on a boy. Caw caw caw. 3 large crows flew out of Dani's eyes and turned into 3 small suns squeezed together. In an instant, the darkness retreated before the waves. The sky was faintly bright. It was as if dawn had arrived early. The Yimont and Clinton, who had lost their way, were guided and quickly met up with the fleet. This was the reason why Dani came to the Sea of Grief. After the long night, the sky was dark. The storm was unpredictable. Fishing in the ocean became abnormally dangerous. Before Dani's arrival, the fishing fleet only dared to move around Liberty Maiden Island. When they encountered a storm, they immediately moved closer to New York Town's pier. Ever since she destroyed the Frost God's tornado in Winterfell, Dani gradually became infatuated with the feeling of controlling the wind of nature. At this time, she truly felt that she was the wind god. Fishing with the fleet not only helped the ship avoid natural disasters, but it was also a very good cultivation process. Dani was now at the edge of the wind territory. Amidst the cheers of "Long Live the Queen," Dani landed lightly on the bridge of the ship. She waved to the crew on the deck and entered the cabin. Fisherman Captain Suarez watched in awe as the Dragon Queen disappeared from his sight. He whispered to his second mate, Cull, "Do you feel that the Queen is more powerful than the gods? I've seen the Red Priest sacrifice a living person to summon the wind when the ship entered the calm belt," Cull said. He was like Galloway. He was an old sailor who had traveled all over the world. He was knowledgeable and knew many legends related to the gods. "According to what you said, the Queen is on the same level as the Red Priest? But when have you seen the Red Priest fly?" Suarez was a little dissatisfied. Obviously, the Red Priest is inferior to the Queen. Cull shook his head and explained, "What I mean is, changing the direction of the wind doesn't seem too difficult for a wizard." Goat Gisela heard their conversation and sneered. "Cull, a little knowledge is scarier than ignorance. What did I say wrong?" The second mate frowned. "Have you seen the Red Priest continuously summon the wind?" Goat Gisela asked. Chapter 850. When Jimmy noticed the wooden planks floating towards them, Dani, who had just entered a meditative state, was jolted awake. A divinity was approaching her. The god of death. His aura was familiar. In the next moment, the soul of the black dragon entered her body. Dani turned into a stranger and entered the world of death. The colors faded, and the sea became darker and deeper. It was like an abyss that swallowed everything. On the Black Sea, more than 10 gray ships floated silently. There was not a single crew member on the deck. They were like ghost ships. "Are you looking for me?" Danny asked curiously. In front of her, there was a short and weak strange woman. She only wore a large white canvas suit. Her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth were sewn together with a thick hemp rope. It was Pale Moon Maiden. "I'm collecting the souls of the Volantis crew nearby. Their ship was destroyed in a storm." Pale Moon Maiden was a little flustered. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Weren't you dealing with deviant ghosts in the Westeros?" "The Battle of Winterfell is over. I'm leading a fleet of ships to fish in the Sea of Sorrows," Danny said. "Fish?" Pale Moon Maiden said in disbelief. "You're a god. Do you still need to run around for food?" Danny didn't explain. Instead, she repeated her previous question. "Are you here at Slaver's Bay to look for me?" Pale Moon Maiden hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I happened to pass by, so I came to inform you." Danny narrowed her eyes. She thought that I should be dealing with deviant ghosts in the Westeros. Then she admitted that she came to Slaver's Bay to inform me. An old monster who had lived for thousands of years wouldn't be so careless. Was this demon so nervous that she was incoherent? Or was she acting? She asked anxiously, "Is there a demon god preparing to deal with me? Is it the Avengers or the Righteous Alliance? Who are they?" Pale Moon Maiden waved her hands. No. There are no Avengers, no Righteous Alliance, no gods plotting against you. Didn't you ask me to explain the rumors of the Black Goat to the gods? I've explained that you don't intend to kill all the gods indiscriminately. It's just that the Khal Black Goat actively participated in the battle at Slave Bay and has a personal grudge against you. That's why you must take revenge. Are they that easy to talk to? Danny asked suspiciously. Sir Stranger, whether they believe you or not depends on your sincerity. As long as you don't hurt the second god other than the Black Goat, it proves that you have no enmity towards us. You are so powerful. Unless it is a life and death crisis, no god would want to be your enemy, Pale Moon Chunu said sincerely. Danny laughed. That makes sense. So, we can be considered to have reached an agreement, right? Pale Moon Chunu nodded. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, the gods will no longer deliberately target you. As long as you are willing, you can go to Khal and kill the Black Goat at any time, and the other gods will not interfere. Very well, you've helped me resolve the grudge between me and the divinities. I want to repay you, Danny happily said. There's no need. It's my honor to serve you, Pale Moon Chunu said humbly. Sigh, it's a habit of mine to reward those who have done well. Danny waved her hand and said straightforwardly, how about this? When I go to Khal to deal with the Black Goat, I'll call you along. After we kill that bastard, we'll split the divinity of death in half. This? Pale Moon Chunu was so excited that her voice trembled. This reward is too valuable. Do you want it or not? Danny asked with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, Pale Moon Chunu nodded lightly and said with a blush, I lost half of my divinity last time, and my power has been greatly reduced. The efficiency of collecting the dead souls in the sea has decreased. If I can be replenished, when will you go to Khal? At the end of her sentence, she could not help but show a hint of eagerness, perhaps after the long night is over. Danny seemed to be speaking casually, but her eyes behind the hood did not miss a single detail of the evil god's expression. Pale Moon Chunu was really anxious. The long night may last for more than 10 years. Sigh, for us gods, 10 days, 10 years or 100 years. It makes no difference, Stranger, Danny said nonchalantly. Lord Stranger, the Black Goat knows that you want to deal with him. 10 years is enough for him to hide. Pale Moon Chunu took a breath and tried to persuade her tactfully. That makes sense. Stranger, Danny thought for a moment and asked, why don't we go now? Sure. I can help you find the Black Goat's location. Pale Moon Chunu's face lit up with joy as she patted her chest and volunteered. Find the Black Goat's location. Stranger, Danny seemed to have been reminded and said in realization, you're right. He's definitely not in the Khal Temple now. Pale Moon Chunu was stunned and nodded. He's not stupid. He should be hiding. Danny suggested, why don't you find out where he is first? When you have results, you can inform me at Dragonstone Island. What do you think? Dragonstone Island? You're not fishing in the Sea of Sorrow anymore? Pale Moon Chunu was puzzled. Did you notice the changes in the weather earlier? Actually, fishing is not my main purpose. I'm here to practice wind sorcery and plan to form a wind territory. Danny explained. You've already formed a territory? How long have you been practicing? Pale Moon Chunu was shocked. It's not that easy, but a lot of things have happened in the Westeros recently. I have to deal with them. Stranger Danny shook her head and sighed. After Pale Moon Chunu left, Danny immediately asked Jichi to call Grohl. As soon as the centaur maid opened the door, she saw Blackbeard and a few sailors walking towards her. Galloway was also stunned. He raised his head to look behind the centaur maid and asked in a low voice, Is His Majesty resting? There's a wrecked ship floating towards our fleet. This is a red-robed monk from Volantis. Not yet. His Majesty wants me to find you. Jichi took a step back and opened the door. The captain's cabin was narrow. It was less than 20 square meters. Grohl waved his hand and only the second officer, Cool, carried the stretcher into the cabin. The rest of the sailors stayed in the corridor. Danny frowned and looked at the stretcher. There was a black man lying on it. He was more than 1 meters tall and wore a bright red robe. His skin was dark like sticky ink and there were red flame tattoos on his cheeks and forehead. He had the hairstyle of a golden lion king. However, he was too old and his hair was white. His stomach was round like a huge pebble. His appearance was so extraordinary that Danny's attention was drawn away. She almost forgot why she called Grohl over. After a while, she looked away from the red-robed monk and said to Blackbeard, Grohl, order the fleet to change direction. We're going to Hell's Gate Island. As soon as she said that, the red-robed monk on the stretcher opened his eyes and looked at the Dragon Queen pleadingly. Wait, Your Majesty. Please wait. Grohl looked at the Dragon Queen for instructions. Danny frowned and asked, Why did you bring him here? And you're from Volantis, right? What do you want to say? Your Majesty, this red-robed monk is unwilling to enter the cabin to rest. He wants to see you immediately. He said that he saw a prophecy. If he doesn't come to see you, thousands of people will soon fall into the hell of Pale Moon Chunu, the second officer, Cool, explained. Danny was interested. She waved her hand and asked Grohl to stay. She asked the African old Siasun. What did you prophesy? Your Majesty, I prophesied a long time ago that I would see you today. A few days ago, I prophesied that a big storm would destroy the ship I'm on. Just last night, I prophesied that if I don't come to see you immediately, you will take your fleet to change direction immediately. Then my companions will lose their last chance to live. The African old Siasun's voice was weak, but his eyes were as bright as stars. Then did you prophesy the final outcome? Danny narrowed her eyes, hiding the fierceness in her heart. I prophesied it. The African old Siasun sighed. Tell me about it. Danny's lips curled into a smile. Even if you are Yuan Shoucheng, even if I am the mother of the Jinghe Dragon King, no Wei Zheng would dare to kill me. We mortals can only do our best. The final outcome will be decided by you. The African old Siasun lowered his eyes. Danny sneered, What a cunning monk. Your Majesty, I am an honest monk. In front of you I can only use the most honest attitude and speak from the bottom of my heart. The African old Siasun smiled bitterly. Then, without waiting for the Dragon Queen to ask again, he quickly said, Your Majesty, my name is Machiro. I am an archbishop under the Supreme Priest of Volantis. Under the orders of Supreme Priest Benello and Consul Dofus, I led 8,000 Tiger Cloak army soldiers to Slaver's Bay. Dofus told us that the Allied army had won the Battle of Meereen, and that Meereen had fallen into the hands of the Allied army. We will take over the management of Meereen so that the Allied army can continue south to Yuan-Kai and Astapor. In your dreams, Jichi said coldly, It has been more than a month since the Battle of Meereen. You are floating on the sea. Did you not receive the news? You can prophesy, but why can't you prophesy something that everyone knows? Grohl mocked. We should not have saved this monk, but it is not too late to throw him back into the sea. Kewur's eyes were cold. The African old Siasun shook his head and sighed. The moment the sun sets, Volantis will no longer focus on Slaver's Bay. Regardless of the outcome of the Battle of Murine, they know that the long night has come. In the past, the Blackwall nobles were not worried that the Tiger Cloak army would rebel when they left the defense of Volantis to them. With a higher status, a more honorable identity, and a wealthier life than the other slaves, the nobles could easily control the Tiger Cloak army. The Tiger Cloak army was also willing to suppress the slave uprising to maintain their superior social status. But now, a large amount of food was consumed in the Battle of Slaver's Bay. The Blackwall nobles were worried that they would not be able to survive the long night that would last for a generation. They had already decided to give up on Volantis outside the wall. The Tiger Cloak army was not alone. They had family and friends. Their family and friends were all slaves and had no right to enter the wall. As such, the Tiger Cloak army was no longer trustworthy. Not only could they not be trusted, but they were also the strongest military force in Volantis. They were now feared by the nobles who had once armed them. The Tiger Cloak army became an unstable factor that had to be destroyed. Thus, I was ordered to lead them to Slaver's Bay as cannon fodder. Even if the Battle of Murine ended and the Allied army was completely defeated, Dofus's goal would have been achieved. The sun was extinguished, the sky was dark, and the sea was unpredictable. Before we reached Slaver's Bay, our fleet would be destroyed by a shipwreck. What a vicious Volantis! Grohl and the others exclaimed. Chapter 851. Benello is also involved in this plan? Danny frowned. The Supreme Priest has no choice. The food in the city is definitely not enough for everyone to survive the long night. Saving the nobles and giving up the people and slaves is cruel, but it's the only feasible plan. African elder Sia defended the Red God Temple. Galloway angrily berated. The only choice for dogs hit. What are we doing now? Volantis' geographical environment is even better than Slaver's Bay. There are swamps outside the city, the Rhone River passes through the city, and the harbor faces the summer sea. We can fish, why can't you? I've been to Volantis many times. Even the gods are jealous of the abundant fish in the Rhone River. 1 copper coin can buy a basket of bighead fish at the fish market. African elder Sia's mouth opened and closed a few times, but he did not say a word. You are helping the nobles deceive the people. Does the consul allow all the Red God priests to enter the Black Wall? Danny asked suspiciously. African elder Sia's expression was pained as he said hoarsely, only the red-robed monks can enter the Black Wall. Aunt May and Soros wore red robes when they appeared, but it did not mean that all the followers of Lala were qualified to wear red robes. Just like the Church of the Seven Gods had barefoot monks, gray-robed monks, abbot of the church, bishop of the diocese, archbishop and archbishop, the Red God priests were also divided into different levels. The lowest level of wild monks wore linen robes, similar to Big Sparrow. Followers who were born in the Red God Temple would wear a pale yellow robe after becoming the attendants of the red-robed monks. When the level was raised, the color would darken and become orange. Finally, only monks who were qualified to represent the Red God to preach the teachings could wear red robes. For example, Aunt May was raised as a holy prostitute. For a long time, she was a yellow-robed attendant who served the red-robed monks. Consul Dofus's promise to the Red God priests was basically a 90% verdict. The Red God priests were also abandoned. You are also a red-robed monk. Why didn't you go to the Black Wall to enjoy your life? Instead, you brought the Tiger Cloak army to Slaver's Bay to die? Danny asked curiously. The White Black Lion King said bitterly, the Tiger Cloak army are all believers of the Red God. And I am the Red God priest of Volantis, second only to the Supreme Priest. The Tiger Cloak army was not stupid. The moment the sun in the sky was extinguished, they were all ordered to leave Volantis. Without a certain amount of prestige, they won't be convinced. So you are the second in command of the Red God Temple. Danny's face was filled with surprise. The Supreme Priest, Benello, was a milky white man, while the second in command, Machiro, was a black man as black as charcoal. The combination of the black and white impermanence was truly strange. You tricked the Tiger Cloak army into sending them to their deaths. You failed to live up to their trust. The black-skinned White Lion King got up and prostrated himself at the Dragon Queen's feet. I hope they can survive. Of the Tiger Cloak army's 24 ships, at least 15 of them are still near the Wall of Storm 20 kilometers to the south. Your Majesty, please be merciful, I beg you, save them. Danny nodded. Go south along the Wall of Storm outside the ruins of Valeglia and search for the Tiger Cloak army's ships. Your Majesty. Blackbeard hesitated, but seeing the determination in the Queen's eyes, he could only sigh helplessly and turn to leave. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is merciful. Machiro was overjoyed. Danny said with a playful smile, speaking of which, can your red-robed monks of Volantis still sense the will of our healer? What? Old Xie was confused by the sudden change in topic. Can you still use the Light King's divine arts and communicate with Lalo's will in the fire? Danny asked. I should be able to, Machiro said hesitantly. I should be able to? Danny chuckled and asked, have you lost Lalo's favor? Your Majesty, not every red-robed monk can get a response from the Light King every time they materialize a flame, Old Xie explained. Do you know that Lalo's faith in the western continent of Ursus is completely gone? Danny smiled slyly. Why do you say that? Machiro was shocked and shouted. We still believe in the great Light King. The night is long, and only the Light King can bring light to the world. The faith of the believers will only be more devout. Are you proficient in prophecies? Dragon Queen asked another irrelevant question. Machiro was stunned for a moment before nodding. I'm better at prophecies. Then can you predict what I will do next? Danny asked. Your Majesty, prophecy is a feeling, a sudden impulse. I'm exhausted now, and I don't know what's going to happen next. Old Sheldon of Africa said honestly. Then use your wisdom to think. Why did I save the Tiger Cloak army who believe in the Red God? You're merciful, I'm merciful but not weak. Danny gave Cure a look. Take Master Machiro to the cabin and give him meat soup, bread, and liquor. Have a good night's rest. We'll talk tomorrow. The last sentence was directed at Machiro. During the cataclysm of Valeglia, the land of long summer was like a crispy biscuit that was cut in half by a knife. A sea of smoke appeared in the middle, but the islands below were also shattered into countless pieces in the explosion. Some of the continental fragments were submerged by the sea and became submerged reefs, while others emerged from the sea and became reefs. If the reefs were large enough, they would become small islands. There was such an island at the entrance of the Sea of Grief. It was located 20 kilometers away from the Sea of Grief, about 500 meters in length and width, and about the same size as Winterfell. There was not a single blade of grass on the island, only uneven grayish-black rocks that resembled sarcomas. In the past, no ship dared to approach the island. Firstly, as a remnant of a shattered continent, there were many submerged reefs nearby. Secondly, it was too close to the Sea of Smoke, and legend said that there were many sea monsters and demons in the Sea of Smoke. The submerged reefs were real, the sea monsters were real, and the sea creatures that resembled demons were also real. The Dragon Queen named the island Hell's Gate. The Sea of Smoke was hell, and the island was located at the entrance of the Sea of Smoke. As night fell, the Hell's Gate highlighted its huge fishing value. After the sun went out, the creatures in the sea would lose sunlight and warmth, and would inevitably approach the river basins near the Sea of Smoke in large numbers. Because of the volcanoes in the Sea of Smoke, the seabed temperature was high. This was also the reason why the fishing fleet had been loitering near the Wall of Storm. Schools of fish spontaneously swam toward the warm waters. Danny's moth darting to the flame plan made use of the fish's instinct to yearn for sunlight and warmth to the extreme. If a hole was opened in the frozen surface of the lake, it would not take long for countless fish heads to fill the hole. Fish also needed oxygen. When a hole was opened in the ice, the oxygen content of the lake would increase. Sensing the change in oxygen content, schools of fish would come. Danny hung a small sun near the surface of the sea. Just like opening a hole in the frozen surface of the lake, Schools of fish that were sensitive to light and temperature would spontaneously swim over. With the shapeshifters entering the bodies of their animal companions and constantly monitoring the movements of the schools of fish, the fishing fleet could calmly set up a formation and catch all the schools of fish that chased after sunlight. It was cruel and efficient. The fish in the sea were like moths darting to the flame, disregarding their lives for the sake of light and warmth. Alright, only artistic youths would think this way. The moths and fish were just following their instincts and did not have many thoughts. Don't say, how can a person who is not a fish know the thoughts of a fish? When formulating the fishing plan, Dragon Queen had specially arranged for shapeshifters to enter the bodies of various types of fish for experiments. I am not a fish, but I know the joy of fish. This was the charm of a fantasy world. The rescue fleet of the Tiger Cloak Army didn't waste too much time. The 3 small suns that were squeezed together were like morning stars hanging in the blue dome of heaven, pointing out the way for all life within a 50-kilometer radius. Only 14 ships and over 5,000 Tiger Cloak Army soldiers were left. Grohl arranged for the sailors to repair the holes in the cabins and provided healers to help treat the wounded. The ships with broken masts didn't give up either. A mooring rope was hung at the bow of the ships and pulled forward by the giant fishing ships. On the evening of the second day, over 30 ships arrived at Hell's Gate Island in a grandiose manner. 7 gods above, what is that? The moment they approached the scorched island, the sailors on the ships cried out in shock. SSSS Ong under the small sun. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius could be seen. West of the scorched island, streaks of red light flashed under the vast sea surface. The seawater was boiling, like a pot of bathwater that was left on the coal stove by a mother playing mahjong. Amidst the surging waves, one could vaguely see 2 giant beasts fighting. Based on the dragon flames and dragon roars, everyone could guess that the black shadow entangled by numerous red tentacles was the black dragon. The tentacles were thicker than a muscular man's waist, and were 30 to 40 meters long. They were covered with suction cups the size of a pot lid, and each suction cup had dense sharp teeth that were as thick as a finger. Ah, it's a sea monster. The Megalosaurus is hunting the sea monster, Grohl cried out in shock. Captain, the Megalosaurus seems to be at a disadvantage. Should we go over and help? Suarez asked anxiously. On the surface, Blackie was indeed in a miserable state. The tentacles of the sea monster entangled his wings and tightened around his neck. There were also 2 tentacles whipping his head and back. There's no need to help. The sea monster is about to die. It's struggling in its death throes. Grohl shook his head and sighed. How can you tell? Suarez asked in shock. Look at the surface of the sea. It's dyed dark red by black blood. That's not dragon blood. Listen to the sound. The Megalosaurus roars are full of energy, just like an angry overlord roaring. The monster in the sea is like a peasant woman pinned to a pile of straw by soldiers. It's hoarse and full of pain, Grohl analyzed. The spearwoman Gisela also exclaimed, think about it. Where did the dragon flames of the Megalosaurus land? I think the sea monster's head is probably melted. She wasn't wrong. As the red dragon flames kept spewing out from the bottom of the sea, the tentacles whipping the Megalosaurus became slower and weaker. In the end, it fell off the Megalosaurus like a puddle of soft mud. His Blackie's head popped out of the sea. It roared at the sky and flew up. It didn't fly up. It grabbed the sea monster's tentacles with its claws and tried to lift it up. Not only did it not lift the sea monster's body, it also fell back into the sea with a splash. It was awesome the whole time, but it failed to show off at the end. Bad review. On the bridge, the Dragon Queen sighed with her hand on her forehead. Mu, the giant turtle that had been treated as an island by the Tiger Cloak Army, moved. It mooed and quickly sank into the sea. It came under the sinking sea monster's body and slowly swam to the beach of Hell's Gate. O Lord of Light, where have we come to? What kind of monsters are these? When the mountain-like sea monster's body floated to the surface of the water, the Tiger Cloak Army from Volantis was scared stiff. Chapter 852. Danny led the fleet to fish in the nearby waters, while Dahe and Prime Minister Turtle were in charge of inspecting the sea conditions around Hell's Gate. They drew a map of the sea and cleaned up sea monsters and aberrated sea creatures. Dragon Queen couldn't follow the fishing fleet all the time, but it was too dangerous to fish in the sea at night. Therefore, Hell's Gate Island was chosen as the fishing base. I have to leave the Sea of Grief immediately. I'll leave this place to you, Danny said to Prime Minister Turtle at her feet. The giant turtle lay in the shallow waters, half of its body exposed to the sea like an island. Beside Old Tortoise on the beach under the small sun, the fishing team and the Tiger Cloak Army, thousands of people, were busy in full swing. Using axes and machetes, they dismembered the giant sea monsters, rubbed salt on them, and stuffed them into jars. What happened? This is different from the previous plan, Prime Minister Turtle said in confusion. According to the previous plan, Danny would lead the fleet to fish, and the Navy would build a pier and castle on the island. During this period, Prime Minister Turtle and Dahe would patrol this sea area for more than 2 months. Every beast in the forest had its own territory, and the other beasts in the forest would avoid that area, unless it wanted to start a war. Dahe and Prime Minister Turtle's hunting activities were to announce to the sea monsters and demons that came out of the Smoke Sea, "This sea area belongs to me. Know your place and don't come near or I'll kill you." Once the castle and pier on the island were built, the fishermen would be able to fish safely near the island. They would have a lot of fish and they wouldn't have to worry about losing their way. Yes, the fishing in the ocean would be limited to the vicinity of the island. The warm seawater would attract schools of fish. It was the fishing version of waiting for prey. My position has been exposed, and I don't have the protection of the Iron and Steel Army. If I continue to stay here, I'll most likely be attacked by the demons. Those guys didn't fall for my stalling tactic. Instead, they started to trick me. This is the bad thing about the protagonist of the New Age. The enemies come in waves, and each wave is stronger than the last. From humans to evil gods, they're all cruel and cunning. The righteous path of the human world is full of vicissitudes. Dragon Queen sighed. Old Tortoise's mouth twitched a few times, and he said dryly, "I've seen Yesora High. He doesn't have the Blood Alliance guards, the White Knights, the Megalosaurus, the thousands of Iron Army soldiers, or the 100,000 guards of the Mother of Dragons, but he dares to enter any lord's castle alone. Every king and duke also welcomes him with the greatest enthusiasm. I've also witnessed the growth of Valeglia's 3 ancestors. Even though there were countless powers that coveted their Megalosaurus, they weren't like you, who didn't even dare to go out without a few hundred guards." Danny shook her head and said disapprovingly, "Did you notice? As a son of the epoch, Sheep Egg's experience in killing and his final achievements surpassed Yasur and Yahai's. My enemies and achievements surpass Sheep Egg's. The higher the level, the stronger the enemy, and the greater the benefits. Ants are safe and they won't be targeted. But ants can also be accidentally trampled to death. My enemies are many and strong. It's not that I like to cause trouble, but that I've reached too high a level, and I've affected the benefits of too many top experts." "Oh, that makes sense." Turtle Chancellor nodded, and then said awkwardly, "There are 3 problems now. First, I don't have the ability to direct the construction of the port. Second, I can control the waves to a certain extent, but I can't control the storm." She took the little green turtle into the space of the 7 gods' faith, and it landed in the spiritual will that formed heaven. One splash! Danny clenched her fist, and black divine power of water surged. 7 water pillars that were as thick as a person's arm and as tall as a 10-story building rose from the surrounding sea. Amidst the exclamations of the people on the shore, a layer of mist fell off the surface of the water pillars, and only 7 5-clawed water dragons with long whiskers and antlers were left. Roar! The water dragons were like living creatures as they circled around the giant turtle. "Your Majesty, please take it easy. Although my body is big, I don't have much divine power in my body," Turtle Chancellor said with a bitter smile. His tone and the way he addressed her had changed. After he separated a part of his soul core, forged a divine contract seal, and handed it to the Dragon Queen, he became her subordinate god. The essence of the divine contract seal was the spirit. Of course, the spirit could mobilize divine power. One of the basic functions of the divine contract seal was to act as a conduit for divine power that connected the main god and the subordinate gods. The main god could extract divine power from the subordinate god through the conduit, just like what Danny was doing now. The subordinate god could also send a request to the main god to borrow divine power. If the main god agreed, the subordinate god could also extract divine power from the main god to cast divine spells. From now on, even if Danny was no longer with the fleet, the old turtle could still change the direction of the wind. However, compared to Danny, the wind god, the old turtle's efficiency was much lower. To achieve the same effect, it would consume more divine power. 50 kilometers northeast of Murine. Clang, clang, clang. The muffled sound of an axe chopping down a tree stump echoed in the dusky forest. Seeing that the tree trunk began to shake, and the frosted leaves were whispering in his ears, Grazadin exhaled a mouthful of thick white smoke, retreated to the back of the tree trunk with his axe, and gently kicked the stump with his foot. Crash! The pine tree covered in icicles fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of snow on the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Just as he stepped forward with his axe and was about to remove the branches of the pine tree, a crisp sound of a gong came from outside the forest. Grazdan waved his arm and struck the tree trunk, nailing the axe to it. He then turned around and walked out of the forest. After walking for about 300 meters on the soft and decaying fallen leaves, he met 40 to 50 lumberjacks who were dressed like him. They wore white goatskin hats and linen scarves around their faces. Only their eyes were exposed, and their bodies were wrapped in thick woolen coats. Before this, the worst fur coat that the war god Yuan Kai wore was a gray mink robe. However, he did not complain. He was even grateful. When he was a slave master, he never cared about the temperature of the slaves. The trees were cut down, leaving only bare tree stumps. The snow was trampled into a mess, and the ground was covered in patches of white and black. A wooden and mud-built hall stood there. A gong hung in front of the wooden hall. A militia with the emblem of the megalosaurus on his chest was beating it loudly. Hundreds of lumberjacks walked out of the forest from all directions. Their destination was the wooden house that was less than 100 square meters. It was strange. The house could not hold too many people, but in just a short while, more than 500 people had walked in. It was as if it was not a wooden house, but the mouth of a monster that swallowed everything. Hi, Grazdan. Before entering, the war god met a few acquaintances. He nodded at them and deliberately slowed down. Chapter 853. It's true that Slaver's Bay uses fish heads to feed their animals, but fish heads can still be delicious if cleaned up properly. When the Dragon Queen invited me to a banquet, she prepared. Danzo thought for a moment and said uncertainly, fish head with diced hot red peppers or fish head with garlic. If the Dragon Queen can eat it, so can we. It's just that we're sick of eating fish every day. Bam, bam, bam. The cook knocked on the copper bucket with a spoon and said loudly, "Are you eating or not?" It was their turn. Of course, I want a big portion. Danzo glanced at the silver-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged woman and said calmly. He recognized her. She was Kelly from Volantis Mutton Business. Because she had treated him like a fat sheep, he had sent her to the military court and made her a slave. Who knew that after the Battle of Murine, the slaves would suddenly become free people with houses and fields, while the officers would become captives and be watched over by the former slaves. Aunt Kelly picked up the copper container and scooped half a small fish head for Danzo. The rest was soup, and there were not many strands of seaweed. The warrior poet was furious. Even though he had been captured, he had been treated personally by the Dragon Queen. Now, even a little cook dared to humiliate him, let alone see the Dragon Queen. After the anger, there was a deep sense of helplessness. He had to accept the result of the choice he made back then. He could not even blame the commander who had died in the Westeros. Who would have thought that the hundreds of thousands of Allied troops would be defeated so easily? The Allied army had gathered the strength of the entire world to fight against the small Slaver's Bay, which was not even as big as the Seven Kingdoms River Bend, and then the world lost. Was this reasonable? It was indeed illogical to just look at the result, but after carefully studying the process, he realized that the Allied army's defeat was not unjustified at all. Even the gods had appeared. Sigh, this is fate. With a sigh, Danzo took the container helplessly. It was a container of fish head seaweed oatmeal soup and a loaf of mixed grain bread. There was a thick layer of chili oil in the soup, and the fragrance of butter and fire dragon pepper filled the entire tunnel. Grazadin, Zidane, and Danzo followed the path and squatted on the ground. They tore off a large piece of bread and soaked it in the soup. Then, they stuffed it into their mouths and sighed in satisfaction. Even captives like us have butter and fire dragon pepper to eat. How much food must Slave Bay have stockpiled? Perhaps being captured by the Dragon Queen is also a blessing. Glasden sighed. Is your brain frozen? They started logging at 9 in the morning and got off work at 5 in the evening. After dinner, they had to continue farming in the worm path and could only rest at 9 in the evening. They only had 1 day off every 7 days. Even animals shouldn't be ordered around like that, and you're repaying it. Zidane's eyes widened in disbelief. Livestock are more precious than humans. Warhorses should rest for 3 to 5 days after sprinting at full speed for 2 hours. Cattle will never plow continuously for 4 hours. Danzo took a sip of the soup and grimaced in pain from the spiciness. But you don't believe me when I say it's a blessing, Glasden said with a wry smile. Our captives can eat their fill. What does that mean? It means that the Dragon Queen was prepared for the long night. It means that Slave Bay has plenty of food. We're farming every day now, which means that Slave Bay can produce endless amounts of food. Even if there aren't many cultivated fields in the worm path, at least there are vegetables and fresh fruits to improve the taste. We're not civilians. Even if we leave Slave Bay, we won't lack food, Zidane said disapprovingly. Haha, do you think civilians will watch you eat meat and then slowly die in hunger and cold? The victory of the slaves in Slave Bay is an example. No matter how cowardly civilians are, they have more drive and strength than slaves. If the legends are correct, this long night will also last for a generation. Other than Slave Bay, the entire world will turn into an ice hell. Glasden sneered. Glasden, where is Glasden? His friends were eating and chatting as they chatted. Suddenly, a strong horse galloped over the worm path. The centaur on the horse shouted Glasden's name with a strange accent in Valeglia. Glasden hesitated. Where is Glasden? The queen is looking for you. The centaur shouted. I am Glasden. Hearing the queen's invitation, Glasden didn't hesitate. 17 or 18 people stood out from the long worm path. They were all Gith people with black and red hair. Nay, the centaur stopped the horse beautifully and looked around blankly. Why are there so many Glasden? You can't lie to the queen, you'll be beheaded. The centaur shouted. I'm not lying, my name is Glasden. I really am Glasden. Hearing that they were going to be beheaded, the Glasden became excited. Buzz, the little son in front of the centaur, turned into a little girl with long black hair. The queen wants to see the Yuan Kai war god Glasden. Who is the Yuan Kai war god? The little elf shouted. It's me, Glasden said embarrassedly. I'm Glasden of Yuan Kai. In this situation, he really couldn't say the name war god. Then are you the war god? The little elf flew in front of him and asked with her hands on her hips. Glasden became even more embarrassed. I'm not the war god. If you're not the war god, why are you standing out? The queen is looking for the war god of Yuan Kai, the little elf said angrily. Glasden felt hot and embarrassed. Sensing the strange gazes of the people around him and their mocking whispers, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. His square face, which was hard and square, actually looked a little hideous. I am the war god of Yuan Kai, Grazdan. Sir, you have found the right person. The little elf Hong Ti was shocked. What are you doing? You said you're not the war god one moment, and now you're saying you're the war god the next. Are you the war god or not? If you dare to fool me, I'll poke your eyes out. As she spoke, Hong Ti turned into a little sun and shone so brightly that tears streamed down Glasden's face. I'm a war god who has lost every battle. I have the title of war god, but I have no achievements. He sighed. Hong Ti was a little confused. She turned back into a little elf and pondered with her fingers. Lord Hongti, he's the Glasden the queen is looking for. Fortunately, the centaur messenger was smart enough to help the war god out of this predicament. That night, the war god of Yuankai returned. When he left, he was still wearing a dirty old sheepskin coat. When he returned, he looked brand new. He was wearing a silver leopard skin coat and a bright red leather armor. He even had a bright golden lion skin cape on his back. Sitting on a strong yellow horse, he looked majestic and dignified. Glasden, you surrendered to the Dragon Queen? Zidane was so envious that his eyes turned red. Glasden ignored his friend's words and said loudly to the captives, I need a group of literate servants. It's best if they're Volantis people with families and jobs. After half an hour, Glasden recruited about 200 people. In another wide tunnel, he gathered everyone and said in a deep voice, I'm now the commander-in-chief of the Volantis war zone appointed by the Dragon Queen. What? The Dragon Queen is going to attack Volantis. The night is coming and it's dark and cold. 3,000 kilometers to the west, that's crazy. Danzo said in disbelief. Glasden raised his hand and interrupted the clamor of the servants. He frowned and said, it's not an attack on Volantis. It's to lead the Volantis people back home. The Dragon Queen is willing to let us go? A middle-aged Volantis knight with a flat nose asked excitedly. Glasden explained, the Queen said that we should be rehabilitated for 5 to 8 years, but the night is coming, and it will only get colder in the future. This process may last more than 10 years. Most of the soldiers who came to Slave Bay are the pillars of their families. They have wives, children, and parents to take care of. So she's willing to accept the mercy of the Virgin Mary and forgive our crimes and let us go home to reunite with our families. My home is in Bravos. Can we go? Zidane quickly asked. Of your own free will. As long as you're willing to leave Slave Bay and return to your hometown, you can leave. However, Slave Bay will only provide you with rations until you reach Volantis. We'll have to pay for the rest of the journey. Glasden said. What, there's rations? Isn't the Dragon Queen a little too saintly? All the way to Volantis, that's 3,000 kilometers. If tens of thousands of us leave, how much rations will we need? Everyone was shocked. The Dragon Queen's fleet will send us to Tolos. It's about 1,800 kilometers from Tolos to Volantis. At Tolos, the Dragon Queen will give everyone who chooses to return home 50 pounds of salted fish head, 30 pounds of wheat, and 20 pounds of turnips or sweet potatoes. Glasden continued, 100 pounds. If we're frugal, it'll last us for 2 months. We should be able to reach Volantis, but it'll be very slow if we're carrying these things. Danzo frowned. I'm the commander-in-chief of the Westward Army. I'll arrange for the transportation of rations. The Dragon Queen is also willing to provide us with enough carts and horses, Glasden said. Isn't this treatment a little too good? Even the warrior poet Danzo was shocked. I can't believe you're educated and literate. You think you've profited? Glasden smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do the math. If we don't leave, how much rations will she invest in us? Looking at the confused attendants, he sighed. 100 pounds of rations might be enough for 2 to 3 months, but if we stay in Slaver's Bay, let alone 2 to 3 years, it won't be surprising for us to stay for 8 to 10 years. How many 3 months has it been? This means that the Dragon Queen can save at least 95% of the rations by sending one person away. So, we've gained freedom and free rations and we're still losing out. Everyone was conflicted. But we're working too. It's tough, Zidane argued. Sigh, we've taken the jobs of millions of people in Slaver's Bay. Glasden sighed and explained, when night falls, Slaver's Bay can no longer carry out large-scale industrial and agricultural activities. Now many people are idle at home, unable to find work. Once we leave, the work of the lumberjacks will be taken over by countless free people. They don't have to work too hard. As long as they can cut down enough firewood for their family, that's enough. So, it's really a blessing for us to be able to work for 996 days. After an awkward silence, Zidane gritted his teeth and said, At least we've gained freedom. Long live freedom. Someone immediately agreed. In order to breathe the sweet air of freedom, I'm willing to give up everything, another person said. You don't have to give up anything. We don't have to pay anything, and we'll even receive the Queen's aid. Glaston shook his head. Hearing this, many people felt bitter. The freedom that they didn't have to give up everything seemed to have lost its sweet taste. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.